the SAMCODES, Introduction to SAMCODES and JSE listing requirements. And we kick off by looking at the role of the JSSA. Now, while talking about the JSSA, I just need to emphasize that the role of the JSSA is pretty much the same as for any of the other professional bodies which support the SAMCODES. And so, although details are going to differ, much of what I'm saying here today applies equally to the SAIMM and also to IMSA. So why are we actually looking at the role of the JSSA in respect of the SAMCODES? Well, when we look at the definition of the SAMCODES, or definition of registration within the SAMCODES, we see that someone who is registered with SACNASP, EXA, SAGC, or who is a member or fellow of the SAIMM, the GSSA, IMSA, or a recognized professional organization, and that these organizations need an enforceable code of ethics and a robust complaints and disciplinary process, including the powers to suspend or expel a member. And this fits the GSSA as a professional body. And so we're going to look at it to see how it fits in with our registrations. Well, as we know, SACNASP is the statutory registering authority for geoscientists in South Africa. And Sarah's going to be talking to us a little bit more about that in our next presentation. But the JSSA is the primary voluntary association that represents geoscientists, earth scientists, and hydrogeologists on the SACNASP Council. The JSSA is both a learned and a scientific society, as well as a professional society that provides geoscientists with a home that keeps you linked to your community of practice. Sorry, folks, we have got two people who've got their videos on. If you could please put those off, it's distracting for others. Now, as a learned society or a scientific society, we provide opportunities for both free and paid conferencing. Hopefully one day we'll get back to face-to-face conferences as well as online conferences. We also give the opportunity to publish in an internationally acceptable peer-reviewed journal. And this is not only for members, but we also disseminate geological information to the general public. As a professional organization, we also provide workshops and skills training in areas needed for professional development, such as web-based CPD portal, a professional code of ethics, networking opportunities, and representation on a number of local, regional, and international professional bodies. The management committee of the JSSA has 8 portfolio committees. Each one is headed by a vice president. I've highlighted the professional affairs portfolio because that is the one that interacts most with the SAMCODES. Now, I need to highlight up front that many of the things that the professional affairs portfolio does is done in conjunction with one or more of these other portfolios. There is often quite a bit of overlap in many activities and require input from multiple individuals and committees. The JSSA also has a number of standing committees that contribute to the professionalism and smooth running of the society. And we are represented on various external committees, including being a co-patron and funder of the SAMCODES, along with the SAIMM. This is the current 2020-21 MANCO. These are the permanent staff and everybody else serves for the love of the organization. The JSE is steered through 3 operating committees. We have the executive. These are the 4 full-time paid professional staff that deal with operational execution and also management of the organization. Then we have the MANCO, Management Committee, again, serves on a volunteer basis. There are about 10 to 12 members, and they meet monthly to decide strategy, detail, and operational execution. The council, the 20 to 25 to 30 members, also serve as a volunteer basis, and they meet bi-monthly to get things going. And everything within the JSE is done within the framework of the Constitution, bylaws, and the Code of Ethics. Currently, we have about 2,700 members, which includes about 100 student members. The majority of them live and work within South Africa, although we have 10 to 15% international members, 10% from elsewhere in Africa. Some 60 registered with SACNASP. I don't have the actual details for this year, but it is significantly more. And about 80% of our members are employed in the mining industry. What we can see here is over the years, how we've had a change in the male-female ratio. Our members who are over 60, you can see there's a significant bias towards male members. But over the years, we've had an increase year on year on the number of female geologists that have joined the JSE, for which we are all very pleased. The meetings and DPP portfolio. This portfolio particularly looks at meetings, workshops. It's run by Nolene, who is very ably, particularly this year, moved everything onto an online platform and provides free lunchtime lectures, sets up all the webinars, courses, programs that we have, and looking at hybrid events for the future as and where possible. And all of the events that are put on by the meetings portfolio all qualify for CPD points, both for the JSE and the SACNASP or EXA systems. Many of them are in the formal learning or category 1 system, and others are in the informal study or category 3 systems. Excuse me. The professional affairs portfolio. What this portfolio does is to try and identify what are the professional needs of our members and how we can help them obtain those, whether it be educational skills, registration, professional indemnity insurance, and reciprocity. We are there to support the concept and training of the competent persons, as we're doing with this particular group of presentations. And we also support the continuing professional development programs. In these days, no presentation is complete without mentioning the pandemic. And as with everybody else, we've seen a significant effect on the JSE. We've had to cancel live events. We've had a loss of revenue from that point of view. And so we've had to change our business model entirely in order to remain afloat. Our fixed costs continue to stay the same and even increase. And with fees not increasing, we have to be very careful as to how money is spent. But we've had a seamless migration to online events. and these seem to be very popular with our members. Early on in mid-June, we sent out a survey to try and assess the impact of the pandemic and the lockdown on our members. And I'm just going to present the results of the early survey, and we're going to be repeating this survey sometime soon to see how things have changed for our members in the last couple of months. What we see here is that we have a high proportion of our members based in industry, and therefore we expect to have a significant impact, or see a significant impact of the virus on them. When asked what sort of an impact they had, we can see that over 50% of our members indicated that it had had a major impact on their lives. And only a small number are not affected, and it is likely that these are dominantly retired members, some academics, and governmental organizations. Nearly 40% of our members have had their earnings reduced during the lockdown, with nearly 7% having lost their earnings entirely. Some 60% were completely unaffected or mostly unaffected as of mid-June, but this presumably includes people who are retired on pension, government employees, and many academics who were less affected. And when asked when people expect to be able to travel for work, well, geologists travel probably more than most other people. And when we look at the longer time frames here, this reflects people not expecting to be able to travel internationally, whereas a significant amount of people indicate that they reckon they will be able to travel, particularly within the borders of South Africa, by the end of this year. And when asked whether projects or research programs are at risk of closure, only about a third indicated that that their projects are safe. Everybody else does see some sort of uncertainty going forward. But as it highlights here, we have no pre-pandemic baseline, and there are various other factors that come into play. So we're not 100% certain exactly how to interpret this information. So what have we done in order to respond to the needs of our members during this time? Well, we've definitely introduced e-learning and online courses through webinars. We even had a virtual AGM, which went off very well. We have upped our CPD courses. The lockdown lunchtime lectures have been well received. We've had presentations from people all over the world. We've had attendees from all over the world as well. These are all uploaded to the YouTube channel, so you can access them at any time. We've also reached out to various regional bodies during this time. For example, the Geological Society of Africa, the Geological Society of Zimbabwe, and also Botswana Geosciences, where we've invited members from these organizations to our lunchtime lectures and also to our online webinars. And we've also had presenters from these organizations as well. We have also increased our mentorship programs, which has been very difficult with the lockdown. And we are in discussions with SACNASP regarding fee reductions. We'll let you know how that one works out. One of the main objectives of the JSSA, however, is to promote professionalism amongst its members, and especially those who are CPs, CVs, and QREs. Professionalism in the geoscience and engineering fields of practice is based on the 3 pillars of registration, CPD, and professional conduct. Firstly, registration. A requirement of being a CP to sign off on a public document for a stock exchange, you will need to be registered with a statutory body or be a member of an acceptable professional body. In general terms, it's important to have some sort of professional registration because it provides a certain level of formal international recognition of your knowledge and experience. It tells your employers, your clients, and the general public that you have the required academic qualifications and the applicable practical experience to do the job that you say you do. It gives them the confidence to hire you, knowing you that you are what you say you are. Note, however, that registration does not necessarily mean the same as competence. It just says that you have the necessary knowledge and skills to do it. We'll talk a little more about competence later in the presentation. In South Africa, the statutory body is SACNASP and the professional body is the SA, or is the GSSA, or the SAIMM. And at this stage, I would like you please to give us an indication as to where you are registered with here. If you could just fill in the poll for us, please. Okay, thank you. Just for your information as to where people are registered. Continuing professional development is the second of the fundamental pillars of professionalism. Knowledge has a half-life. Now, whether it be 8 years according to this quotation or whatever it is, we all pretty soon start to realize that if we don't keep up with what's happening in our field of practice, we're going to fall behind and become irrelevant. And that is why continuing professional development throughout our working life is more important. CPD is not just chance. It's all the things that you do on purpose to keep yourself abreast of what's happening in your field of practice. It's a systematic program to maintain, improve, and broaden your knowledge and skills. And it's something that you do throughout your entire working life. CPD refers to the process of tracking and documenting whatever it is you do. It's like a logbook, whether it be physical or whether it be digital. It's what you record of what you experience, learn, and then apply. The key features is that it is self-directed. It's what you do. It's what's important for you. It's not what your employer or your registration authority tells you you need to do. It's an ongoing program of personal development, again, throughout your entire life. Basically, you sit down, you analyze where you are in your working life, what you know, what you still want to learn. You then go out and do the courses, attend the conferences or workshops that are going to address these gaps. Then you log on to them, some sort of system, or rather you log them on some sort of system so that in 10 years' time, you haven't forgotten what you did. And also so that you can demonstrate to your potential employers or clients what you have done and how you've managed to keep up to date with what's happening. Wash, rinse, repeat for the rest of your working life. Clause 7 of the JSSA Code of Ethics tells us that CPD is important and that it's incumbent upon all our members. Demonstrating CPD is not a requirement of being a JSSA member, but we do highly recommend it for personal development, and also whether you're in academic, industry practice, makes no difference. CPD is a moral requirement for JSSA members, as we've discussed, but it is also a statutory requirement for those who are registered with SACNAS. Now, this could get very complicated, not to say onerous, if you try to log your CPD with both organizations and keep up to date with two very different systems. So SACNASP and the JSSA got together and signed an MOU to make it easier for geoscientists who are both members of the JSSA and registered with SACNASP. What this means is that it doesn't matter where you log your points. You can log it on SACNASP or on the JSSA system and be mutually recognized by the other organization. The choice is yours. Compliance with one system is deemed to be compliance with the other system. And I would like to then ask you to fill out this poll quickly to where you might be logging your CPD points. Okay, so the next set of slides are particularly for the 15% of people who are not logging their CPD points anyway. This is the GSSA CPD system. It's divided up into 4 sections. And members are encouraged but not obliged to collect points across the spectrum. So we divide it up into formal learning, knowledge contribution, self-study or informal learning, and professional practice. And it would be great if you could get points in all 4 of these categories, but if for various reasons you are not able to, we don't make it obligatory. Here are some details as to what goes into the various systems. Formal learning, obviously attendance at formally structured courses and field trips and so forth. Knowledge contribution is preparing or presenting at a course or a lecture, writing, reviewing, refereeing papers. Self-study is attending the lunchtime lectures, reading relevant journal articles, personal research. Professional practice would include writing for non-technical journals, time spent on organizing committees for various conferences or workshops, or if you're part of any of the SAMCODES committees or GSSA, SAIMM committees, and time spent in informal mentoring and being mentored. If you want to know more about the detail as to what is in each of these categories, how you can count them, what you need to do, we're having our next online CPD workshop in October, and you're all welcome to register for that. If you are logging on the GSSA system, before we get to the GSSA system, what the GSSA provides is the online training. It provides a CPD portal. We send annual reminders to our membership, and we provide various formal and informal events, both in real time and also online. It is your responsibility to log your credits. Wherever it is that you decide to log your credits, you need to do it. It's not the GSSA's responsibility. It's not SACNASFA's responsibility for recording or confirming your credits. And if you're logging on the GSSA system, you need to download and print the certificate that we provide on the GSSA website and then upload it to SACNASF during April. And the way you do that is you log on to the GSSA website, you go to the Members Access tab. Firstly, before you do anything, please go to the My Details section and update your personal information. And it's particularly important to have both your GSSA and SACNASF ID numbers. That way we're able to connect the two. You must also there indicate whether you're doing your CPD through the GSSA or SACNASF. Then you can input your CPD activities on the My CPD Points tab, and then you download the log and upload that to SACNASF. And this is where you can log into SACNASF and upload your GSSA certificate. For members who prefer to log their CPD points directly on SACNASF, we are working along with SACNASF to include easy access to geoscience activities. Currently, if you go to the SACNASF online website, click on CPD, log in, get to this page, And then here, click on here to access more training events. And currently we have direct access to the GSSA, WITS Geosciences and SAIMM workshops. These are all the 3B categories. These are all free. And at the moment, or rather coming soon, is a folder which will come on the bottom here with all the category 1 courses, which are mostly paid courses, but you can access them through here directly through SACNAS. And then we have our final poll for the morning. How up to date are you with logging your CPD courses? So that's where we are. The final pillar that we'll discuss today is that of professional behaviors and conduct, which is based on a code of ethics and backed by a robust complaints procedure. This also is a requirement for a professional body, which is acceptable for SAMCODES compliance. This is the GSSA Code of Ethics. Now remember that simply being registered with the GSSA means that you agree to abide by this code and be subject to them. I'm just going to highlight 2 of them. This one here, that members should not take on the functions of an expert in fields other than their own or accept professional obligations that they are not competent to discharge. And the other one is that SAMCODES compliance is actually written into the GSSA Code of Ethics. I would recommend that you download a copy of the Code of Ethics and keep it under your pillow. Now, although slightly different in format, the SACNAS Code of Conduct is very similar in substance to the GSSA Code of Ethics. And if you uphold the one, you're likely to uphold the other. And it's the same with the SAIMM Code of Professional Conduct and also the EXA Code of Conduct. Codes of ethics are generally backed up by a robust complaints and disciplinary procedure. The purpose of this is not to beat you about the ears with a big stick, but it's there to improve behaviors. Yes, there's a formal complaints process that gets dealt with by 2 various committees, and disciplinary procedures can go all the way from a minor slap on the wrist to expulsion from the society and being reported to SACNAS and even judicial authorities in certain cases. However, it is recommended that anyone who has a complaint look at it seriously and see if it isn't something that can be dealt with informally before going the official route. And really, if it's just a case of professional or academic difference of opinion, let it go. Don't make it into more than it is. Here I'd like to highlight some of the formal complaints that have been dealt with by the JSSA over the past 10 years. As you can see, most deal with breaches of the SAMCODES, but there are still quite a few in respect of plagiarism and unprofessional conduct. Typically, these issues are all dealt with internally. There was just this one case of criminal conduct that also went to SACNASP as well as the judiciary. But since this member was charged with murdering his wife, he probably had more important issues to deal with than being struck off the JSSA membership roll. There are a number of professional conduct and behaviors, but we're just going to have a look at a few of these that impact directly on our roles as CPs. You can be sure that if you're involved with mining, you will at some stage come face to face with interference from some powerful group. In some instances, this will be political, but more often it will be direct or indirect pressures from various stakeholders. Sometimes it will be your company boss or corporate shareholders wanting to maximize profits. Other times it might be local communities, suppliers, or subcontractors, each with their own agendas. Probably the most difficult situation to deal with is when you may have to make a choice between doing a job that you are not quite capable of doing and not doing the job at all. This is particularly difficult if you're unemployed at the time. Also, note as a cross-reference, this is also dealt with in the JSSA Code of Ethics. But also, what happens when the company or client asks you to write a favorable report for a significant sum of money, even though you know the project is rubbish? Remember, if you don't do as they request, you might not get paid, or at the very least, you won't get asked to do another job for this client. Working as a CP or CV, you will at some stage in your career be privy to confidential company information. For example, you may know that your company is about to open a new mine which will cause the stock price to rise. Or you might come to know that they're going to be taken over by a foreign company and the stock will be worthless. Insider trading regulations would prevent you from acting on that information or buying or selling your shares. Just to note that these same regulations do not generally prevent you from holding shares in the company that you work for. Some companies' codes of conduct will specify the number of shares that you may hold without declaring your holdings. Typically, the normal investor is holding these shares as part of a greater portfolio or one that is managed by an investment company. Where the insider trading regulations come in is that they prevent you from buying or selling your shares on the basis of information that is not in the public domain. That is, on the basis of information that you've obtained because of your job and that the general public would not have access to. It's also important to remember that these regulations don't only apply to you as the CP or CV, but also would prevent you from passing this information on to your elderly parents or to your brother who has recently lost his job and has a family with a new baby to care for. Research integrity. Well, this is not only an academic concept. Everything that you learned at university, these are all directly or indirectly applicable to technical writing. And this is especially so if you're part of a team of people who compile a CP or a competent persons report. Are you honest about your part in the process? Plagiarism and copyright infringement, these are as important an issue to CP's writing documents as they are to university students. And so, in summary, the JSE is the applicable voluntary association for earth or geoscientists that represents you on SACNAS. It's one of the bodies, the membership of which allows you to sign off as a competent person at most international stock exchanges. And as such, it promotes and provides training to enhance your knowledge and skills in the SAMCODE reporting. But even more than that, it's a scientific home, it's a professional home for you as a geoscientist. Please make use of all the facilities that we offer and also offer your services to make it a better organization. Thank you. So at this stage, I will take questions if there are any. Okay, does anybody have any questions? There's one in the chat box. Where is it?
Hello, Tanya.
Good morning.
Thomas here. How are you?
Well, thanks yourself, Thomas. Would you go ahead and ask your question?
Yes, Tanya, I wanted to check the formal mentoring. Is there sort of a standardized form that one needs to complete in order to submit as proof, or one can just design his own the way he sees it?
Once a year we put out a call for mentors. It has a specific form associated with it. So it typically goes out towards the middle of the year, around about April. So keep an eye out for it and you'll see all the requirements for both mentors and mentees on that, Thomas.
Okay, thank you.
There's a question here from Judizile. How does one log courses done in completing an MSc? An MSc degree is part of knowledge contribution. So you go into the CPD portal, click down on knowledge contribution and put your MSc data in there. Again, if you want to know more about that, please come on our course where we'll describe the details for you. Any other questions? Okay, so that we can move then on to our next presenter. Sarah, if you'd like to start sharing your screen, please.
Tanya, it says host disabled, participant screen sharing.
Let me. Sorry, there you are. That should be correct now.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Our next presenter is Sarah van Aert, who is the operations manager at SACNASP. And she was previously customer service director for Intel UK. She has an honours degree in economics, an editing diploma from the University of Pretoria, and a science communication qualification from Stellenbosch University. Sarah is the face that we all contact at SACNAS, particularly with CPD and registrations. And we look forward to your presentation this morning, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you. We've had a lot of load shedding here, so I'm going to keep my camera off and hope my laptop survives. Good morning, everyone, on a very cold spring day. as Tanya said, I'm the operations manager for SACNASP. I'm just going to quickly go through and I think reiterate to a certain extent some of what Tanya has said regarding registration, the reasons behind it, and some of the benefits. When you become a scientist, or when you think about becoming a scientist, you need to look at what makes a scientist professional. So when you first register, you become a candidate scientist, and you need to look at the technical competencies in the field. And most of you will have gained your specific technical knowledge through your university qualification. But there's so many other factors that you need to now take into consideration. Are you going to run your own business? So then you'll need business management. Or are you thinking to running your own business? Do you know all of the law and all the ethics surrounding your chosen career? How are your communication skills? Who are you speaking to? Can you communicate with all levels of people? As we've seen in this period that we're going through now, technology and IT skills have way overtaken many other skills, and it's something that we all need to be on top of. And also a certain amount of emotional intelligence and soft skills that will guide you through sometimes quite difficult areas where you may have to have conversations with staff and with other peers. So how do you get to where you want to be? Your registration with your professional body and with your voluntary association will guide you through your career to ensure that you have all the tools that you require. And you need to think about these three questions. What skills do you have? What skills do you need? And where can I get help? Where can I get them from? So there are three phases of registration, and each phase has a support structure. The first one, which we initiated probably over the last couple of years, is student enrollment. And I'll go into all of these in a little bit more detail. Then you have your post-graduation registration as a candidate, which, and Tanya has spoken a little bit about Candidate Mentor Program. And then we have professional registration. So if you look at this picture, it just shows that how there's a very long time from when you leave university to when we can retire and put our feet up and watch the sun go down over the sea. And that space is where you do your candidate mentor program and where you do your continuing professional development. And those are your lifelong learning opportunities. And they're not always based around your actual science. They can, like I said earlier, they can be a collection of many things. So any student studying natural science at a South African higher education institution can qualify to enroll as a student in their final year of study. This again that gives them access to SACNASP networks. It gives guidance on professional body registration and the advantages and reason behind that registration. It supports some learning activities, including ready to work and soft skills training. And it also gives access to the CPD online training portal. And as Tanya mentioned, there is a lot of free courses on there to help you start understanding how the CPD process works. So when you register as a candidate, it means that you've got no formal work. There is an application fee, and it's significantly cheaper than the fee for professional registration. It takes approximately 3 months, and you do not require a referee. And you can qualify with a diploma, your undergrad degree, or your honours. And depending on where your degree is, if you've got master's or a PhD, you require less work experience in order to professionally register. All applications now are only accepted on our portal. This is to comply with the POPI Act, which is coming in the next, well, it's now legal, but we've got 12 months to get this right, because that actually prevents too many people having access to your data, and everything is secured on the database. It also prevents too many human errors with people constantly trying to update your data. You can do everything on our portal, but I'll talk a little bit about that also. We have a candidate mentor program. We did a pilot phase, and we're working with the voluntary associations where we connect graduates with a mentor, and we sponsor attendance at a conference or event. We are going to talk to other VAs to see if we can take other candidates on. We're trying to support as many people as we can at the moment, but it is a little bit difficult now in this current climate. But it gives you, the candidate natural scientist, access to experienced natural scientists and also some career guidance. When you have done your candidate phase, which is, as I've said, could be 1, 2, or 3 years, and you've been guided by your mentor, there are 2 categories of professional registration: professional natural scientist and a certificated natural scientist. If you're already a candidate, you just upgrade via the portal with your existing registration number. If you are a new applicant with the relevant experience, but you did not apply as a candidate, you can still apply, and you just apply for your relevant category. This is quite a busy slide. Tanya does have copies, and I think she's giving everyone a copy. I think the very important thing here is when you register or you think of registering, you need to look at the amount of science that there is in your qualification. And the requirement is that the 70% of first year must be of science, 80% of your second and third year, and 100% of your fourth year must be science. And when you go to apply, there is a spreadsheet on the portal which you complete, which tells you what your percentages are. And certificated, it's only 50%, so it is a little bit lower. We do have recognition of prior learning, and that is for people who don't have sufficient formal qualifications, but they have at least 10 years worth of work experience, which is relevant to the industry. Just to talk a little bit about relevant work experience, it's full-time work experience in a relevant science field. Excuse me, and it's presently work experience obtained prior to the highest qualification will not be counted. So it's only after, when you apply, from the date that you received your certificate or the year of your graduation is when the clock starts. And we don't consider teaching. And for professional natural science, it's quite important that we can see there is some level of a position of responsibility. We're not assuming that everyone's going to be a manager or has lots of groups of people, but there must be some element that you've taken some role in a project where you've led that project, or you've shown to your mentor or to the person who's now refereeing you at this point, is that you can take on a leadership role. When you upgrade to professional certificate, we need your referees, and they should be able to have personal knowledge of your scientific work. Excuse me. And they should be professional natural scientists or individuals with equivalent experience and expertise. Either pre-SciNat, or we also, we'll take pre-Eng. But if they're not registered, and we know there are times when this happens, we would just ask them for a CV of their career. The SACNAS, when you put in your application, the request for a referee goes directly to the person that you have named on your application. This is to ensure that it's completely private. I'm going to talk a little bit about continuing professional development. And as Tanya said, you can do one, you can either do the GSSA one or you can do ours. You just have to make sure that you're consistent. Talk again, excuse me, about the competent professional. And it's an area of, there must be appropriate training at the right level, which is very important. Training is all well and good, but if it's not in the right space or it's too low a level, you need to make sure that you're being trained at the correct level. Adequate and relevant work experience. You must have well-developed communication skills by the time you get to this point. And as Tanya said when she introduced me, I did the SciComm course at Stellenbosch University. Now that's not for everyone, but they have a very good Facebook page. They have lots of interactions. I often share their views on our Facebook page, and it just gives you ideas about how to communicate your science to someone who's not necessarily a scientist, which I think is important that is a skill that you attain. You'll start needing to learn strategic and management skills. Again, we've talked about ethical behavior and legislation. And at any level, at any position, you need a high attention to detail and a high quality of work. So I think most of you who are familiar with SACNAS will know it was launched on the 1st of April 2017, and you need to get 5 points per year over a 5-year period. Just belonging to the GSSA, for example, will give you 1 CPD point. And what's very exciting for us is, just as we all went into lockdown, our online CPD website came on board. And I think it's very important that you go in, see what there is, because it's a nice quick win. And often, as I said earlier, the events are free of charge. We've now also looked into, and it was on the recommendation of the registration committee, that in order to upgrade, if you are an employed candidate, you will be required to have completed some CPD activity. We're not expecting you to have done the full 5 points for every year, but especially as much of this information is now freely available, it's important that we can see that you've done due diligence and you've done other things outside of your employment. And Tanya also talked about the code of conduct, and it's there to protect the registered scientists, but also the public, and it speaks to the professional behavior. We have to ensure that scientists conduct themselves in such a way as to uphold their dignity, the dignity, standing, and reputation of the natural scientific profession. When you become registered, you will be able to print your certificate online. But the only way you can do that is you must accept the code of conduct prior to doing that. I just want to go back a little bit before I finish. I think it's important that you understand that we have a professional conduct committee, and in many ways, they are there to help you and protect you. And if there are allegations against you or your organization, SACNAS is there to help you. And this is also free of charge. So I think it's important that you understand how important that your registration is, and how, if things do go wrong, you have at least 2 bodies here who are able to help you and protect you and look after you. Just so a little bit of information, registrations at sacnas.org.za is your first call if you wish to if you have some issues. We have a very active Facebook page, which we update on a regular basis. And if you're looking for careers, we put a lot of career information on there, jobs that are available. And if you need to apply or do anything in relation to your registration, everything is online. You can apply, you can print and pay and print your certificate, upgrade, and also update any personal details. So thank you very much. I'm going to stop sharing and take you back to Tanya.
Thank you very much, Sarah. We've got a couple of minutes of questions. Does anybody have any questions for Sarah? Pete?
Thanks, Tanya. Thanks, Sarah. Sarah, in one of your slides, you said that tertiary education or teaching doesn't qualify as work experience. Why would that be?
Well, the reason we do it is because it's been very difficult to define the teaching and what people teach, and it's such a broad subject. And as historically, we have never included teaching as part of the work experience. I have to admit, I would probably need to get a bit more information about that on you, but if you can email Tanya, I will get further information from the registrations manager for you.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Now's the opportunity. Andy Arnold, if you'd unmute yourself and ask your question, please.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Sarah. I just have a quick question. I noticed that some of us that have obtained our professional registration or certification before year X, it doesn't have an expiry date. But the recent qualified person or professional scientist, they have a valid, it's valid for 2 years. So what is the process now of renewing it? Do they have to go through that whole process again? Or is this certain documents that you need to submit?
No. What happened was we were struggling to ensure that people had valid certificates, and so what we did was we put the date on the end. I think it was also in 2017. So as long as your fees are paid up, if you go onto the portal and reprint it, you'll now have the one with the date on the end.
All right, copy that.
You haven't printed your new certificate. As long as your fees are paid, all the new certificates have a date, and the end date for this year would be March 2021.
Okay. All right. So yeah.
But if you've got a problem, please let me know.
All right, will do. Thank you.
Okay, we had a question in the chat box asking about the category for lunchtime talks. That is category 3B, is for the lunchtime lectures.
Yes.
Rob, I see you've unmuted yourself. Do you have a question for Sarah?
Yes, I have actually.
Please go
morning,
ahead.
Sarah, and morning, everybody else. I've got 2 questions actually. The first one concerns retired people like myself who are still fairly active in the professions, but not full-time active. Do you make any allowance for older people who might find it financially difficult to attend some of these courses, particularly the ones outside Johannesburg, because they sometimes become quite costly?
Yes, anyone who is retired, you are actually exempt from category 1.
Ah, okay. I didn't know that. That's very useful information. Thank you.
But it is on the policy, but obviously if you want to do any of the stuff on the online, you're more than welcome. But yes, we are fully aware that there are cost constraints, and you know that you can apply for a reduction in fees if you're retired.
Ah, yes, I've done that, which
Okay.
brings me to my second question. I paid my annual fees in February, and I received an email from your accounts in March saying, well, you haven't paid, and I sent them my bank proof of payment, and I thought that was the end of it. But when I tried to access my account online, I discovered it was blocked because I hadn't paid you, or hadn't paid SACNAS. So forgetting that I'd already paid in March, I made another payment through your portal, through that system, but weeks later, my account is still blocked and I can't access my certificate or make changes to my details. I've emailed your accounts department again, but I've not received a reply from them. I just wonder if everybody's gone off on working from home and your systems aren't quite up to speed again.
I'll need to look into it because we've been working fully from home and the portal hasn't had any problems. So are you Mr. Ingram?
That's correct, yes.
I'll look into it for you and I'll follow up.
Oh, thank you very much indeed, because you've got an incorrect ID number for me and I need to change it.
Okay, the other thing then in that case, we will need a copy of your ID.
Yeah,
I'll
sure.
email you after the call, after this webinar.
Yeah, no, I'll email you at SACNASP and sort it out.
Okay, no problem.
Great, thank you very much indeed.
We've got another question here regarding what happens if you've done training courses, but they're not listed on the SACNASP site as Category 1 courses. Sarah, I'm just going to pop in here for a moment and just to mention to everybody that if you've done courses that are not on the SACNASP site, SACNASP courses don't automatically get loaded to the system. Somebody has to load it, and it's typically the responsibility of the organizing committee for those courses. So you need to contact the individuals concerned to get them loaded on the system. If you run into difficulty, contact Sarah, contact Johan, or contact myself, and we will make an effort to get you loaded on the system. Are there any other questions for Sarah?
Hi, Tanya.
Thomas? Yes, go ahead.
I'm just making a follow-up on Nadiri's question there. Last year, I also attended the call tech things there, but when I went to SACNASP to load it, I saw it was not there. So the right channel, like you say, is to speak to the call tech colloquium people or send the details to you, to SACNASP directly?
Your first port of call is to go to the organizing committee of the conference. It's their responsibility to have it loaded on SACNASP. Only if you have difficulty with them, then go to either Sarah or myself.
Okay, thank you.
Carrie?
Thank you. Just a question. I understand from the tone and the various presentations that in trying to enforce the code of conduct, that the organizations much prefer to guide people into doing the correct action rather than to punish them for behaving poorly. When and how do both the GSSA and SACNASP inform the rest of the members of examples where the behavior was poor and the preferred behavior that should have happened in its place? Because, you know, it does seem that we're not going to use the behavior as an example as a deterrent, but if we do use them as a learning opportunity, what platform do you share that information with us on?
Sarah, go ahead.
That's actually a very good question. The code of conduct is I think 14 points long, which is guiding you through what you should do. Like we've said earlier, you shouldn't do a job that you're not qualified for. You shouldn't say something about someone else which affects their career. We don't really have a platform as such, but maybe that's something we need to consider, because we sort of work on the assumption, which is probably not the right thing, that people have read and understood the code of conduct.
Also, what we're doing within SAMCODES is we get the complaints, we see what the issues are, and then when we develop a training program, not so much the introductory program, but certainly the advanced program, is we take those issues and we work them into the training. We don't say this particular issue was a problem in a report. We just work the information into the training program so that people can hopefully learn from the information rather than know that it was a complaint that came up.
Sorry, Tanya, could I add something to that as well?
Sure, go ahead, Neil.
Okay, sorry guys, this is Neil speaking here. I sit at SACNAS Council with looking after the geoscience fraternity, so some of your queries I'm making notes of here so that I can make sure it's followed up on. But that notwithstanding, just to get to Carrie's question about the desired behavior. So let me give you an example, which is probably an easy one. So at SACNAS, we get lots of applications for people and they have referee reports that come in. And can you believe that the referees' reports are plagiarized? So referee 1 and referee 2, word for word, would now write the same thing. So obviously we don't want that kind of behavior to persist. So we engage with the referees directly and we give them their required warnings or counseling and stuff like that, as well as the candidate to tell them, look, you know, you've got to be mindful of these things. Now the question is, how do you tell the world that this is the kind of behavior you don't want to see? So we are having an internal discussion on to what extent do we sanitize, because we can't say, you know, that Neil duplicated his referee report for Carrie, you know, we don't want to do that. We also got to be mindful of, you know, the confidentiality side. So we are looking at a mechanism to try and say, look, thematically, these are the kinds of issues that are turning up. And, you know, plagiarism has come up about 5 out of 10 complaints. And then we deal with that. So we're trying to find a way, and it may end up coming through the SACNAS newsletter eventually, but we're just trying to find out how do we make sure that it's sanitized sufficiently, but also meaningful enough so that it informs the correct behavior. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Neil.
Thanks, everybody. Okay, let's move on to our next presentation. Annalie, would you like to start sharing your screen, please?
Okay, can you see my screen?
We can see you. Down at the bottom, there's that green thing which says share screen. Click on that.
I did click there.
Okay, and then select your presentation.
Let me just close that. Okay, so I've done that.
And then in the bottom right, there's a little blue. There we go.
Same. Good.
There we go. We can see you perfectly now and hear you. Okay, Annalie de Bruyn is the General Manager of Issue Regulations at the JSE. She joined the JSE in 1988 after finishing her articles at the auditing firm Ross & Partners, and then joined the Issue Regulation team in 1999. Annalie has an MBL and an Honours BCom from UNISA. She was directly involved in the JSE adopting the SAMREG code in 2000 and still represents the JSE at the SAMCODES standards committees and also the takeover regulations panel. Annalie, we look forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya, and thank you for that introduction. Morning, everybody. From that, you can get the understanding that I've been at the JSE forever and a day. So I'm part of the furniture. So yeah, here I am, and I also look like part of the furniture. But what I'm going to try and do today is my presentation doesn't want to go down. Tanya, sorry, Darcy. So what I would like to do today, guys, is give you an idea of the listing requirements applicable to CPRs, and then just, take you through the approval process to make sure that you understand that. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the, when is a CPR required, the content of a CPR, the actual approval process, and then just a little bit around the publication of the CPR. So from a listing requirement perspective, and I'm not sure if you guys have ever seen the listing requirement book, but it's a big, thick red book with 21 sections and 14 schedules and guidance notes, etc. And most of the book is applicable to all listed entities, but then there's a couple of sections that's specific to specific industries, and Section 12 is one of them, and Section 12 is specific to mineral companies. So what we'll do today is just deal with Section 12 and the specific requirements for mineral companies, and then, the CPR around it. So in terms of Section 12, if a listed or a company wants to list on the JSE, and they make application for a primary listing, and that's where the JSE takes the primary role as regulator, then the company must have a CPR in their prospectus or pre-listing statement, and that CPR must be SAMREC-SAMWEL compliant. If the company is already listed on an acceptable exchange, and that, sorry? Okay. If that exchange, if a company is listed on another exchange that's acceptable to the JSE, for example, Australia or New York, London or Toronto, then we will accept that technical document or CPR or whatever it's called in that exchange, in that home country. We'll accept it if it's National Instrument 43-101 compliant or York compliant. And just for the rest of the presentation, I'm going to focus on primary listings, but I just want to touch quickly on that secondary listing and, the CPR if it's not SAMREC-SAMWEL compliant, but one of the other two. If the CPR or that technical document has been in the public for a while before the company makes application for the listing, then that document doesn't have to go through the JSE Readers Panel approval process. But if it's a brand new document that gets prepared specifically for the listing of this company on the JSE, then the document still goes through our normal Readers Panel process. And then once the company is listed and they do a Category 1 acquisition or disposal, they must do a circular to their shareholders to get their approval, and part of that circular is then a CPR, which is SAMREC and SAMWEL compliant. And a Category 1 transaction is a transaction that's basically the consideration that you pay or receive is 30% of your market cap. So when you do a CPR for a company that wants to list, it will be on all the mineral assets of that company. And then there's one clause in Section 12 that deals with non-mineral companies with substantial mineral assets. So if it's a non-mineral company with a substantial mineral asset and that company wants to list, then they must do a CPR on that asset on its own. And then if a non-mineral company makes does a Cat 1 acquisition or disposal, which is a mineral asset that they buy and it's a substantial asset, then they also need to do a CPR. And we measure that substantiality against, if it's a new listing, we measure it against the market cap of the company. And if it's an acquisition or disposal, we measure it against the actual consideration of the disposal or acquisition. So that's when in terms of Section 12, when a CPR is required. Then if we look at the content of a CPR, as I mentioned, it must be SAMREC-SAMWEL compliant. The effective date of the CPR cannot be less than 7 months, or must be less than 7 months prior to the publication of the prospectus or the circular. And that's very important because if it's older than 6 months, you'll have to update the CPR. Then if the effective date of the CPR is less than 6 months prior to the publication date, but material information has come to the fore before the actual publication date, then you will have to update that CPR before it gets published as part of that prospectus or circular. Then just from a competent person perspective, we do not insist on independence, not yet. It's something that we are busy looking at. We might in future insist on an independent competent person, but at this point in time, we don't insist on independence, but you must disclose in your CPR what, if there is a relationship between you and the issuer, then you have to disclose what that relationship is. Then your CPR must also be annotated with the specific clauses in Section 12 and SAMREC and SAMVEL, so that it makes it easier for the readers just to review. And then the CPR must contain a confirmation statement by the competent person that the CPR actually complies with Section 12, SAMREC and SAMVEL. So it's very important. You need to apply your mind to make sure that you've disclosed everything in terms of SAMREC, SAMVEL, and Section 12. And then obviously, because it's got to be SAMVEL, compliant, it's got to have a evaluation statement in it, in the CPR, and it's got to comply with SAMVEL code. And then over and above all of that, the CPR must include an exploration, a statement on exploration expenditure incurred to date by the applicant issue, and this is the entity that makes application to list. But over and above also, if it's available, any exploration expenditure incurred by previous parties. So if the company that makes application for the listing actually acquired this asset from another company and they incurred exploration expenses and that information is available, that information must also go into the CPR. Then it must also include planned exploration expenditure that's been committed but not yet incurred. So a little bit of a budget, and then your planned exploration expenditure not yet committed to. So that's the content of a CPR in terms of Section 12, and I'm sure over the last couple of weeks you've heard a lot about SAMREC and SAMVEL and the content of those two codes. So I'm not going to go into the detail of the SAMREC and SAMVEL code as such. Then let's look at the approval process. So once you as a competent person are comfortable that your document, your report complies with SAMREC, SAMVEL, and Section 12, you will let the issuer know. They will ask the sponsor to give us notice that you will submit the competent person's report for approval by the JSE. Now, the JSE doesn't employ technical people, to read these competent person's reports. So what we've done is we've put together a readers panel, and Rob's going to talk to you about that, in the next session. So I'm not going to steal his thunder, but we've got a panel that then advise the JSE on whether the documents comply with SAMREC and SAMVEL, and then the JSE, approves the document. And the document cannot be made public until the JSE has actually approved it. So once we receive this notification from the sponsor, and it's important that the sponsor gives us the name of the competent person, the name of the applicant issuer, the commodity, and the date of submission. And the reason for that is so that we can line up a reader. These guys are not working full-time for the JSE, so they've got their normal day jobs. So we've got to make sure that we've got somebody available that's got the knowledge on that specific commodity, but it's also independent from the competent person and the applicant issuer. So, and that's why we need that 5 days notice, so that we can make sure that we do have a reader available when the document is then submitted to the JSE. Once the document is submitted, we get it through to the reader and to the chairperson of the readers panel, and they've got basically 10 days then to give us comments on this document. But what I want to just make sure that you guys fully understand is that the readers panel is not there to sort of check and to make sure that you are complying. You as the competent person has the responsibility before you submit to make sure that that document is fully compliant. The readers panel are purely there as a mechanism by the JSE to review it and make sure that it actually complies. But it's not a mechanism for you to use to check whether you've complied. You know, you've, as the competent person, must be professional and must make sure that it actually complies before you submit it for first submission. So if we do have comments, and Rob will tell you we often have comments, you know, after the 10 days, we will revert to the sponsor with the comments on the competent person's report. We will then basically get it through to you as the competent person, and then you will have to address the comments, submit it back to the JSE, and any subsequent submissions, the readers panel, together with the JSE process, has 5 days to actually give you then either approval or another round of comments. So that's the basic approval process at the JSE. And then just around the publication of a CPR. So as I mentioned, you know, your prospectus or pre-listing statement on listing must include a CPR and the circular sent to shareholders when you do a Cat 1 circular. Now, you can do one of 3 things. You can either include the full CPR in your prospectus or circular, or you can make the CPR available on the website, the full CPR, with a statement in the prospectus or circular that the CPR is incorporated by reference, and the link then to the website where the document is available. The other option is to have an executive summary. So instead of having the full CPR in your document, you can have an executive summary of the CPR in your prospectus or circular. So you give investors a little bit of information, and then the full CPR is still available on the website. So if the issuer decides to go that route, then the executive summary plus the full CPR must be submitted to the JSE, you know, for the approval process. Now, what goes into an executive summary like that is, number 1, you need to include the purpose, the project outline, location maps, and indicating the areas of interest, details of the legal aspects and tenure, including any disputes, risks, or impediments. So the important parts must go into the executive summary. A description of the geological setting, your exploration program and budget, a brief description of key environmental issues, and obviously the details will be in the full CPR. Then a full mineral resource and reserve statement. So that's not a summary, it's the full one. Then just a reference to the risk paragraphs in the full CPR. So we don't want, you know, all the risks to be duplicated in the executive summary. And then also a summary valuation table. And if you did use the cash flow approach, you know, for the valuation, you must include the discount rates in the summary report. And if inferred resources were used, then you should show the summary valuation with and without the inferred resources. So that's sort of the, you know, if you go the option of an executive summary. And as I mentioned, the executive summary plus the full CPR must go through the approval process. And then and in addition to a CPR and a prospectus and a Cat 1 circular, if an issuer, you know, once the issuer is listed, if they decide to publish resource and reserve information on our news platform called SENS, that announcement must include a statement that the competent person and competent valuator have approved the information in writing, and what the relationship is between the competent person, competent valuator, and the applicant issuer. And that is basically section 12. Is there any questions?
Okay, let's start off with Carrie.
Thank you. I hope I don't sound like an absolute novice asking this. The purpose of providing the exploration budget, both past and planned future, how does that add credibility to the listing application?
So it basically gives investors the information to assess, what's been done in the past and what the capital requirement's going to be for the future.
Then the task of validating that the exploration was carried out properly, that would lie then in a technical domain somewhere else?
Sorry, not sure I understand your question.
The hypothetical situation I'm suggesting is that exploration might have been carried out, but carried out poorly. Perhaps the methods or the people doing it or the interpretation of the results were flawed or not done up to expected norms. But that's independent of how much it cost. So the assessment of the results of exploration, how do we relate them to the money spent on doing the exploration?
I guess that will come through in the actual results that is presentable in your current CPR. Because if you've done, exploration and you didn't find anything, and yet now you're saying, well, I'm going to spend all this money, and I think this is what I'm going to get, etc., etc. I think it will just give people that perspective. And I understand what you're saying in terms of it being, carried out poorly. But it will still give investors, an idea of what was spent in the past and what was found in the past.
If I can just also step in there, if you have a look at the requirements of Table 1 and also of the SAMREC code itself, it does require you to look at the verification and validation of previous work. So yes, all of that will be discussed in your competent persons report itself.
Thanks, Tanya.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to Martha. If you'd like to unmute yourself and ask your question, please.
Thank you, Tanya. Hi, Annelie.
Hi.
The question is relating to, because what you've just presented now, I don't know, for me, it seemed like, correct me if I'm wrong, it seemed like, for a first time issuer, for a first time registration. But what about companies? Is there any deviation from what you've just presented for companies that have been on the JSE for 10, 20 odd years? And is there any deviation of some sort to what you just presented?
So we do have annual disclosure requirements, which wasn't part of my presentation because it's not a full CPR. But so there's specific details that you need to a mineral company needs to disclose in the annual report on an every year, and it's high level resources and reserve, current and previous year, and any sort of explanation of the movement in that figures. And Rob helped me out. Rob helps me to review this document on an annual basis. So, but I guess the most important, and there's maps and geological setting and those kind of things. But yes, so there is on an ongoing basis there's certain requirements that you have to the company needs to comply with, just to give investors then updated information on that resources and reserves.
Okay.
And production figures. They also publish, on an annual basis, the production figures.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Sorry, we have one from David as well. Would you like to ask your question? And then we'll go to Frida's question in the chat box.
Annelie, just how would the JSE view a situation where a party wants to buy a property and requires a CPR on that property? Now, an independent party that could be regarded as a competent person has done a lot of work on that property that has not been paid for. Therefore, that party doesn't want to hand the information over without being compensated for it. But the purchaser then gets another person to write a CPR. In other words, they're ignoring data that actually exists on that property. Would that be, how would the JSE view that situation?
So if I understand you correctly, company A buys this property, the work has been done, but the person that did the work, they don't want to make that information available unless they get paid for it. Am I right?
Exactly.
So now you get somebody totally different to go and compile the competent person's report. In that scenario, yes. I mean, the information is not available, right? So we're not going to force the company to pay for that information. But yeah, I mean,
but the information exists, you know.
Information exists, understand, yeah. But I mean, and so unfortunately, I mean, the CPR will the CP will then have to basically start from scratch, right?
Yes, exactly.
And do whatever was done by the. So I guess the company will weigh up the pros and cons of that.
Yeah.
You know, starting from scratch or paying for the information.
Sure, but the point is the information exists, but is being ignored.
Understand that, but was that information? Does it belong to the seller of the property? Because the company might have an angle there.
It would do, you know, whether the seller of the property is obliged to make that information available to the buyer.
Yeah, so there's nothing in the listing requirements dealing with that. But I would think that the listed entity should negotiate on that basis, that they can get the information as part of the property.
Sure.
Because it's going to be difficult for them then, if they don't get the information to be made, to be used and to be made available by themselves, it's going to be difficult for them to actually convince their shareholders to vote positively on the transaction, because they don't have that information. So yes. They should definitely include it as part of their negotiations. Yeah.
Yes.
But there's nothing in the listing requirements specifically that deals with a scenario like that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Annalie, we've got basically two questions which all talk to the same thing. For JSE listings, can the CPR be based on JORC or NI 43-101?
So as I said, if it's a primary listing on the JSE, at this point in time, we insist on SAMREC and SAMVAL. If it's secondary listing, then we consider JORC and 43-101, yeah.
Yeah. David, do you have another question? Okay, let's go to Martha then.
Sorry, I have another question. Actually, you were talking about independence, that you are not currently looking at independence, and I sort of, I didn't sort of understand what you were referring to that, because what level of independence were you referring to?
So at the moment, you will, if you look at SAMREC and SAMVAL, the codes itself, it talks about impartiality, not about independence. And from a JSE perspective, we don't insist on that competent person's report being prepared by an independent, competent person. It is something that the JSE is currently considering. We're testing it with, we had, discussions last week with the different working groups, the SAMREC and SAMVAL working group, to consider the impact that it would have on the market if we do change the requirements and insist on an independent, competent person. And what that would mean is that the employee of a company will not be able to do the competent person report for that specific company. So it will have an impact, and that's why we're sort of considering it carefully, because we don't want to make it, a requirement if it's going to have a huge impact on the listed entities. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay. Okay. No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
This is your chance to ask any question that you ever wanted to hear the answer to.
On section 12, please.
On section 12. Okay, Carrie, there's one more from Carrie.
If it's any question we've ever wanted the answer to, what's the worst application you've ever seen? Was it rife with misleading statements? Was it terribly incomplete? What's the worst experience you've had in your position?
From a CPR perspective?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't go into the details, but it was definitely one where somebody used information, I think, from a adjacent property, and there were long debates between us, the company, the competent person, and the readers panel on whether it is allowed. So sometimes, things like that sort of creeps into a competent person's report where, I guess, maybe all the information is not available, or there's other information available, like this scenario where there was information on the adjacent property and they wanted to take that information and sort of extrapolate it onto this property, but without doing any additional work. And, so yeah, sometimes people try all sorts of things. But I guess, from our perspective, the most difficult ones are the ones where there's like a real conflict and opposing views between the competent person and the readers panel. In their professional judgment, that becomes very difficult scenarios. Because the one person says, I want to do this and I believe it's the right thing to do, I can do this. It's my professional judgment, and the readers panel says, but our professional and personal judgment says it's not acceptable. So yeah, that's the kind of difficult scenarios.
Senzeni, would you like to ask your question, please?
Yes, I'd just like to add on independence. So obviously, if you don't have that, that the person has to be, the competent person has to be independent, do you insist though on a independent peer review, like an independent peer review on the CPRs, or you just would accept any, from like a company that has a competent person that works for them?
So, so no, we don't insist on an independent peer review. We believe our readers panel process is the independent peer review. So that's why we take it through that process. But also then, as I mentioned, the document must have a statement on the relationship between the competent person and the issuer, so that the investor or the person reading this document just have an understanding of, what that relationship is. And I guess then they can sort of factor it in, the fact that it's not an independent person. They might just scrutinize it a little bit, in more detail. But yeah, we see our independent readers panel process as the independent process. And our process is very important for us. I mentioned that we don't have the technical, people internally, but it's people with lots and lots of experience that sits on that panel, and Rob will tell you a little bit more about it just now. But it's years and years of experience sitting on that panel, looking at the CPRs and going through it, in quite a bit of detail. So yeah, so indirectly you do have that independent peer review.
Okay, thanks everyone. And I think the next presentation will go a lot more into some of these issues that have been raised. And Lily, thank you so much for your time and expertise this morning.
Thanks, Tanya.
Our next speaker is Rob Ingram. Rob, if you'd like to start sharing your screen, please. Rob, you can unmute yourself.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay, share screen, and what do we want to share? Ah, here we
Select
are.
your presentation.
Okay. How's that?
It's coming up. All right, now start your presentation.
Okay.
There you are. Let me just introduce you quickly. Rob hails from the UK, and he graduated in 1969 and then joined JSE, JCI company in the early 70s as an exploration geologist. And then he's worked in numerous places, numerous commodities all over the world for the next umpteen years. And then he joined Anglo-Val as senior exploration geologist. And he was with them for 25 years and worked on a wide range of gold, platinum, base rare metals, and industrial mineral deposits. Then eventually he retired from Anglo-Val at the end of 2003 and began work as an independent consultant. Rob has participated in the development of the 2000 edition of the SAMCODES, and he then joined the readers panel for the JSE in 2000 and has been chair of the panel since 2012. And Rob's now going to talk to us about what the panel for solid minerals does and answers a few of the questions that you guys have had in your minds. So Rob, we look forward to hearing from you. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Tanya. Well, good morning and welcome to all of you. I see we've got nearly 70 participants this morning, which is very encouraging indeed. The objective of this presentation is to give a brief overview of what the panel is and what the panel is mandated to do, and then look at some of the work covered by the panel since the year 2000. And then we'll move on to a part of the presentation that I think will be of great interest or greater interest to all of you. In August last year, the members of the panel gathered together at the JSE for a meeting to discuss problems and issues that they'd identified with company annual reports and also with CPRs and valuation reports. And I've gathered together the comments made by the readers, and after ensuring that they were suitably anonymized, I've put them together. The objective of this is to provide a positive message to industry professionals and show areas where obvious pitfalls might occur that they, with this information, will be best able to avoid in future. It's not intended to be a stone throwing contest. This is an opportunity for people to see what can go wrong and avoid them if at all possible. And I hope that at the end of this presentation, which is not too long, we'll be able to have an informed discussion from practitioners as to how important these things are and what they can do about them. So let's begin. First, some disclaimer and some acknowledgements. SAMCODES, the listing requirements and the mandate can be found at the SAMCODES website, and members of the Solid Minerals panel contributed to the presentation, and the information is derived from multiple sources and believed to be correct at the time of this presentation. And I should remind everyone that there are revisions and amendments to the codes that occur from time to time. And the views and opinions expressed are the author's own, my own, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the GSSA, the JSE, the SSC, or members of the panel. So, moving on, what is the panel? The Solid Minerals Panel is an independent panel of experts established in terms of Section 12 of the JSE listing requirements. It was founded in 2000 following the adoption of the SAMREC code by the JSE. The full title of the panel is the JSE Readers Panel for Solid Minerals. Oil and gas are covered by a separate JSE panel. Currently, there are 18 readers, including the chairman, and their combined years of industry experience is around 600 years. And as Annalie has said in the previous presentation, the JSE does not employ its own experts to review CPRs. The mandate for the panel can be downloaded from the SAMCODE website if you wish to read it in full, but the mandate in essence is to advise the JSE on compliance with Section 12 of the JSE listing requirements and the SAMCODES in respect of competent persons' reports referred to it by the JSE, and also compliance with Section 12.13 of the listing requirements in respect of mining company annual reports, and also to advise the JSE on any other technical issues referred to it by the JSE. The role of the panel is laid out in the mandate in Section 6.6. The primary objective of the panel is to verify and monitor compliance with Section 12 of the JSE listing requirements and the SAMCODES. However, the SAMCODES are based on the principles of competence, transparency, materiality, and reasonableness, and should a reader, in his or her opinion, find that these principles have not been observed, then he or she is duty bound to question the CV's judgment or interpretation. The following section states the objective of a review is to ensure reporting that is transparent and contains sufficient relevant information to allow an investor or potential investor to make an informed decision that cannot be construed to be misleading or inappropriate. So the panel was founded in the year 2000 following the acceptance of the SAMREC code by the JSE. And since inception, over 208 CPRs and other reports have been reviewed, excluding oil and gas, of course. Some records from the early years have been lost, so the actual number of CPRs reviewed is greater than 208. And based on information to hand, the following summary tables have been drawn up. This gives you a synopsis of the volume of work carried out by the panel. And you can see that we had peak years in 2005 when 21 CPRs were reviewed, and in 2010 when 25 were reviewed. And after that, numbers have fallen away somewhat. And the last peak was in 2015 when 11 CPRs reviewed, and the numbers have fallen away further since then. And in 2020 to date, we have only reviewed one CPR. Now we can have a look at the number of submissions that have been required before approval. And this table and pie chart set this out. Approval on first submission, 20%, second submission 39%, and third submission 31%. And if we take the cumulative percentages, 60% of all CPRs are approved after the second submission, and after the third, 90% achieve approval. And there's a tail of CPRs that required further submissions before they achieved approval, which you can see there. These are actually a minority, and we don't really see these long tails of approval processes in the present era. And to look now at the work of the panel done in the last year, we reviewed 3 CPRs with the work distributed amongst the readers as shown in the top table. And in terms of annual company reports we reviewed, there were 12 reviewed during that year, and the work was spread out amongst the readers as shown in the lower table. And now we'll have a closer look at the results of these reviews in terms of company annual reports. And this table shows areas which were found to be deficient in terms of the company reports, section 12.13 compliance. The green stripe reflects a company report that had no issues identified with it, which was well done by Company J. But the blocks illustrate areas where problems arose with non-compliance with 12.13, and the bottom row shows a tabulation of the number of instances where problems were identified. There were 6 in the case of 12.13.3.7, and fewer issues elsewhere, well scattered. But let's have a look at the most important instances noted by the panel, which are displayed on this page. 12.13.3.7, description of the methods and key assumptions and parameters by which the mineral resources and mineral reserves were estimated and classified. For some reason, many companies seem to be fond of skipping this section. They feel that adding an extra table summarizing these is perhaps taking up too much space, and decide they want to give it a miss. This is very disappointing, because the information contained should be disclosed in this section is very important to the investor. In the case of where we had 4 instances, we have 12.13.1.5, 12.13.1.6, 12.13.3.5, and we can look at those. Mineral companies must disclose the full name, address, professional qualifications, and relevant experience, including the name and address of the body recognized by SAMREC, of which the competent person is a member, of the lead competent person authorizing publication of the information disclosed in terms of these paragraphs. It's amazing that this requirement, which is basically a box ticking exercise, is often lost without sometimes adding the relevant data asked for. And this seems to be a constant irritation. 12.6, mineral companies must include a statement that they have written confirmation from the lead competent person that the information disclosed in terms of these paragraphs is compliant with the SAMREC code and where applicable, the relevant Section 12 and Table 1 requirements, and that it may be published in the form and context of which it was intended. This also is sometimes left out. We might find a vague statement about the lead competent person approving the mineral resource statements, but never the full required statement. And then lastly, a statement that the company has the legal requirement to the minerals being reported upon, together with any known impediments. This also is overlooked in the annual report, and occasionally is to be found buried somewhere in a compliance table at the back of the main annual report. And this should actually be in the mineral resource and reserve report. These things are not insurmountable objects for a company to comply with, but they seem to persist. We can look at the year 2020 to date. We have had one CPR to review, which was taken on by 2 of our readers. And we have had 6 company annual reports up for review. The grey row shows a company that hadn't submitted the necessary report by the time I put this table together. So let's have a look at what's turned up in company annual reports this year. And this is illustrated here in this table. And the main area of concern are highlighted in the next table, and where we have 3 occurrences where appropriate locality maps and plans. Because space seems to be at a premium with company annual reports, companies seem to be taking the option to skip putting in appropriate locality maps and plans. And this is very irritating for anyone reading the annual report, because they won't quite know quite where the mining properties actually lie. And of lesser importance, we have mining companies' disclosure in accordance with these paragraphs must be compliant with the SAMREC code and parts of Table 1 and this Section 12. We've had one instance this year where the reporting company reported in terms of JORC rather than SAMREC, and this was a bit of an irritation, because their previous competent persons reports had all been done under SAMREC, and it was a mystery to us as to why they would suddenly skip from SAMREC to JORC when the reporting requirements specifically call for the SAMREC code. The next one must disclose the full name and address, etc. This is a constant irritation year on year, in fact, and it's a mystery to me why this simple requirement is sometimes either missed or is incomplete. And the methods of, and lastly, description of the methods and key assumptions and parameters. This is extremely important for the interested investor, and it's very disappointing when one finds that this description is either vague or skipped entirely. Moving on, we move on now to the part of the presentation where we look at the results of our August meeting of last year, when the readers highlighted some of the concerns that they've identified over past years, And the following slides will go through these. And in terms of transparency, the validity of mineral licenses is sometimes an issue because the licenses might have expired or may not cover the full range of minerals being reported on. We have the issue of permits and/or ESG permits, competent persons making risky comments of being sure that they will be issued or downplay the risk of them not being issued. We have things missing from an executive summary, excludes potential impediments. And this is a requirement of section 1210H. And these might be concealed in the main body of the CPR, for example, environmental, societal, licenses, risks, and legal issues. Materiality, MRR estimates incorporated in valuations when the license validity for a mineral commodity is in question. Competent persons giving gut feel credence to unverified historical information and assay data. QA/QC based on the credibility of previous ownership. Exploration by established companies downplayed, no separate costs or indicative studies to justify adding these to a minerals resource and reserve statement. Under competence, purpose of the CPR, unclear or confused with SAMREC code compliancy. Junior authors writing the CPR and directors signing off as CPs without adequate due diligence. Peer reviews of internal audits would reduce corrections by the reader. Quality of diagrams, sections, maps, and sketches need improvement. These are often illegible, especially mineral resource and reserve diagrams. Another reader, the CP relies only on information in the public domain. Editing errors, incorrect formulae and tables. The consulting company was described as the competent person throughout the CPR. Checklist cost cross-referencing, section 12 and table 1, was poorly done and confusing. Certification of competent persons. On the signature page, competent persons were described by their job titles, with no reference to who was actually responsible for what in the CPR. Another reader stated, competent persons placed reliance on work carried out by third parties. It was not clear if supporting data had been properly verified. The CPR was described as a high-level review of the project. The readers felt that there were issues related to the meeting the principles of transparency, materiality, and independent review, as the CPR leaned very heavily on third-party work and opinions. Another reader stated, executive summaries may differ from the main body of the CPR. Internal audits and peer review by CPRs would help avoid errors. Diagram quality, often poor. Photocopies of photocopies. And what seems to happen in some cases is that diagrams, maps, and such like are cropped and pasted from other CPRs, and the image quality deteriorates through this processing, and you end up with a rather fuzzy diagram in which the detail is very hard to discern. MRR estimates, CP's permission from external consultants to disclose information, and over-provision of diagrams. Resource classifications and basis for the level of confidence is sometimes inadequately addressed, and exploration results, programs, and technical studies, and costs for ongoing concerns are sometimes inadequately addressed by the competent person. Glossary, abbreviations and units. These are not always relevant to the CPR that's being reviewed, and it has been found from time to time that technical terms applicable to the Bushveld complex have been left in a CPR that's tackling a Wits gold property, and occasionally abbreviations are not fully covered and units are occasionally confused. Moving on now to valuation reports, our valuation team came forward with the following: terms of reference, scope of work, valuation methods and approaches are generally incomplete. Valuation date is often unclear or confused with the date of the CPR. Reference to previous valuations and outcomes, often not included or incomplete. Poor compliance in respect of issues such as information relied on from an earlier CPR or other disciplines. Modifying factors and material issues with each excluded, incomplete, or very poorly documented. Very little reference to SAMCODES or ESG issues. Insufficient information provided for market and cost approaches, particularly transparency is key to assessing the valuation and compliance. Another of our valuators, the competent valuators appeared to have less than 5 years relevant experience in the commodity under review. The comparable transactions used were not comparable. For example, comparing a Southern African base metal property from the Northwest Cape with a polymetallic massive sulfide deposit in Peru is clearly not a comparable comparison. There was a lack of clarity and consistency in production figures and pricing projections. Cash flow projections used were not validated by the CV. Table 1 of the SAMREC code is very specific and succinct. Most CPRs reviewed did not comply with some of the requirements of Table 1. For example, CV certificates are not always fully compliant, that the CP or CV's compensation, employment, or contractual relationship with the commissioning entity is not contingent on any aspect of the report. Correct references to sources of information. In one CPR, reference was made to the source of information as being the consulting firm authoring the CPR, whereas the consulting firm was relying on work done by another consulting firm. Moving on, a further reader said, range of values excluded, risk assessments generally incomplete and not necessarily well thought through, price forecasts, particularly for diamond and gems, not well understood, risks associated with price forecasts, poorly understood, identification of sources and references either omitted or incomplete, issues with an understanding of the differences between real, nominal and constant money terms. Where an asset is not fully owned, it should be clear if the valuation is on 100% basis or on an attributable basis. Inclusion in the valuation of metals for which the company did not have the rights. And further comment, there is at times misalignment between the effective date of the CPR and the date of the CPR. There is also at times a lack of continuity throughout the CPR of the effective date of the mineral resources and mineral reserves versus the effective date of the valuation model versus the effective date of the CPR. Valuations that exceed the mining license tenure. This may need further guidelines in SAMVAL. The use of metal equivalents needs full disclosure, and sensitivity analysis does not equal a risk assessment. No doubt this will be the subject of some discussion. Further issues, and these are constant irritations, I should add. The full titles of the SAMREC and SAMVAL codes frequently misquoted. Failure to capitalize mineral resources and mineral reserves, and omitting mineral, coal, and diamond or gem, and referring only to resources and reserves. Evident lack of compliance with one or more of the principles of the SAMREC and SAMVAL codes: materiality, transparency, competence, and reasonableness. And so we move on to, leaving that behind now, so some significant outcomes from the reports by the readers to the JSE that were followed up by competent persons. And these were instances where resources and or reserves were withdrawn at the request of the readers. A mineral reserve was withdrawn because there was no PFS, FS, or adequate life of mine plan. Indicated and inferred mineral resources downgraded to an exploration target, as they were based on inadequate and unverifiable data. There might be some questions coming afterwards on that one. Resource and reserve revision. Basis for the mineral reserves and resources estimate was not code compliant. Measured and indicated mineral resources and the reserves based on them were downgraded to an inferred resource. And with that, I'll leave you and ask for any questions, as I think we might be in for a vigorous question and answer session. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rob. Do we have any questions?
Good grief, silence.
Okay, we've got a couple in the chat line. I'll ask you one from Dean. Dean, would you like to unmute yourself and ask your question?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
My question to Rob is really just this. I did some work a few years back for a listed company on the JSE. I did a mineral resource statement, which they disagreed with. I refused to change the results and even took legal advice on the matter. They then paid my invoice and reclassified my report from the original CP report that would go to shareholders as an internal document, and the thing was buried. Do you think that listed companies should be required to submit all technical reports, whether they relate to the final resource statement or even interim reports, particularly when they retain to mineral resources, so that shareholders are able to view those? If they dispute them, the readers panel would be a good mechanism to decide on who is right.
Ooh, that's an interesting one, because it brings in the requirements of the SAMREC code, the ethics of the GSSA and SACNASP, and the JSE requirements. The JSE requirements don't cover instances of competing reports within the ambit of a mineral company. We can only review what we're given. And we then report on our findings for that CPR. We might not know the history behind it, or that there was a conflicting report written by another consultant, unless of course the company chose to disclose it. So it's an interesting whirlpool of professional ethics, I think, that arise here, not to mention company ethics. I don't know if anybody from the GSSA or SACNASP wants to comment on this.
I'm sure most people on this panel, on this group, have experienced something like this. I just feel that you know, the current approach allows these companies, and not all of them, I'm sure most of them are highly ethical about it, but it gives them the opportunity to cherry pick the results that they report. You know, they pay for the work, they don't accept the results, and then they never disclose it. You know, for me, I think it would be a fairly simple thing that if they've paid for technical work, they should be declaring those outcomes to the shareholders.
Well, yes, isn't this a whistleblower issue?
Very interesting discussions there. We should carry this one forward. Carrie, would you like to unmute and ask your question, please?
Yes, thank you. Rod, you mentioned when talking about materiality that the competent person sometimes gives their gut feel and credence to unverified historical exploration data. How would you differentiate between gut feel and a general professional impression? Because sometimes we don't always have the full range of reports and records available to us. So we use our general intuition. Where do you draw a distinguishment and make one acceptable and the other unacceptable?
Well, I think it would be an instance whereby the competent person would make a clear and unambiguous statement stating that this was historical data, possibly, you know, partially eaten by termites, suffered water damage and recovered from a remote location, and the stuff dates back to the 1970s. Just to pick an imaginary example, and the quality of work done by mineral companies in those days was almost universally of a very high standard, because the mining houses insisted on a high degree of professionalism and work standards in their field staff. But of course, it wasn't done to modern day standards of code compliance and that sort of thing. But it would be up to the competent person to review this information and then make a clear statement as to why he or she believes this information to be reliable, and place it in context with the information available in the rest of the report. And I think the emphasis here would be the clear and unambiguous statement by the competent person, and that would carry a great deal of weight, and would also comply with SAMREC.
Rob, it's Andy Clay here.
Oh, hi, Andy. How are you?
Well, interesting to hear your comments, so erudite as usual, John. I think just to follow up on the previous question, what concerns me, and this is, I guess, more of an observation than anything, is that historically, the judgment of the competent person carried a lot of sway. And I think what's happened over the last 20 years is that judgmental component that we were talking about, the change from gut feel to the judgment of the competent person, has actually slipped further and further away from that competent person to be able to do that. You know, trust me, I'm a doctor type thing, but at the end of the day, there's some very, very good professional, competent people out there that have a lot of experience and I think are quite qualified to express their judgment. However, what has happened, I think, in the Australasian market is that rather than relying upon the judgment of the competent person, there actually is a huge emphasis on the reliance on filling out and making sure table 1 is fully completed. The if not, why not has come through, rightly so. But to the extent that actually in Australasia, what I'm seeing is that companies are actually not writing long reports anymore, but just publishing table 1 as their functional compliance to make sure that all the verification and validation issues that we've been talking about are there. And to the extent that the room for the judgment and the opinion of the competent person to be expressed has been dramatically reduced. And I think that's actually very sad. So I don't really have any comment on it where anybody else has comments in the audience, but I think it's very sad, frankly.
Well, I'd agree with you. We, you know, under SAMREC, we have our table 1, but the table 1 is always part of the full written report. And the sense in South Africa is that we don't do a standalone table 1. We want a full written competent person's report. And in the case of a maiden declaration, we would ask for table 1, insist on table 1, SAMREC that is, but table 1 is only otherwise used if there are material changes to a resource and reserve statement. But I think under SAMREC, the latest version of SAMREC, the emphasis is on the judgment of the competent person. And with now the 4 principles, which now include reasonableness, we are happy, I think, to run with that. And my sitting in on meetings with the SSC and the SAMREC Code Committee would suggest that we're confident that the present version of the SAMREC Code serves our industry professionals quite well.
But then,
I don't know if anybody else has got a view on that. There's some vigorous debate that takes place on this forum, and I'd like to hear from others.
Yeah, but Rob, I'd just like to counter that if you don't mind, because I just go back to the point then, if there is an emphasis on the competent person's judgment, then I'd put it to you that when the readers panel forces the author of the report to actually change their opinion, or they won't let the report go through, that's actually undue pressure. I know we've had this before, but I don't like it. And anyway, I'll leave it there.
Well, I refer you back to the mandate clause 6.6, which if you
I'm going to
join the
step in there and we shall move on from that. That discussion can continue in the background. We've got a question from Jacques, who is asking about if a project was bought by a company and a resource statement was done in 2015 for the previous company and no further work has been done to date, can this information be used to write a CPR for the JSE?
Well, that's the competent person's report, is that I would assume that the competent person submitting this report would either update his 2015 report to bring it up to the present day, or if it was a new competent person, they would revise the report to do the same thing. There have been, of course, regulatory changes in that time with bringing in the ESG guidelines, which now have to be reported on and included. So an old 2015 CPR might require certain amount of revision to bring it up to the 2020 reporting standards and regulatory standards. But it would be up to the competent person who is taking this on to see what was required and fill in the gaps. Hello, have we frozen? I'm still online. No,
we're still there.
Obviously, mineral prices change, costs change. The environmental regulations are now increasingly prominent, and without seeing an example of a 2015 report, it might well be that with changes in the demand and prices of mineral commodities, the RPEE might adversely affect the mineral resource statement. On the other hand, of course, it might enhance it. But that's up for the competent person to deal with.
We've got a question from Frida. If a listed project goes under, who is ultimately responsible to the shareholders, the CEO or directors of the listed company, the CP, or the listing authority?
Right. Well, it would depend upon the circumstances in that particular instance. It's not something that the readers panel could opine on because it's something way beyond our area of mandate. And if you're a shareholder in a mineral company and so some adverse event causes your mineral resource, which might be the prime asset and only asset of that mineral company, it's an interesting point as well who you would want to challenge on the issue. The competent person you would probably have included in his statement something to the effect that the resource statement is effective at a particular date, and future events might change things, but it's a matter for the aggravated investors between them and the officers of the company.
Thanks, Rob. This is a real scenario. We've been involved. It was sort of a post-mortem on a company. Diamonds were involved. And there was a lot of finger pointing, and no one really knew who should be hanged. There's the buckets, because it was all done in good faith. But the shareholder were not happy that there was no money made out of that project. And we all ask the question, who is actually ultimately responsible? Is it the listing company? Well, they act in good faith if they have a highly qualified CP behind a document. Is it I think that it's the company itself who must ensure everything has been done. So where is there any legal framework who would ultimately, excluding fraud, but we all know how much blue sky and how much goodwill goes into a CPR if it's not a very advanced project. And a lot of these Canadian, Australian juniors work on call it just beyond an exploration project. Who is actually, is there any legal framework to say no, the buck stops, the bucket I think it is, with a CP? With a CP.
Frida, as far as I know, it's the CEO or the board that is actually responsible. The CP is responsible for the report that is written, but the company is responsible for everything else.
Well, in this case, there was a lot of finger pointing and it didn't help, but the people who lost out money were obviously annoyed by. Anyway, thanks.
Do we have any other questions? In which case, Rob, thank you so much for your time and effort. We much appreciate it. And everybody else, we've got a couple of minutes before we start our next presentation. So if you want to rush off and boil some water for some coffee and take your muffins out of the oven, please do so now, and we'll begin again at 11:15. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Andy, would you like to start your presentation while I introduce you, please?
Yes, sure.
Okay, our next speaker today is Andy Clay. Andy has over 40 years experience in the minerals industry, including oil and gas and also water. He has authored numerous competent persons reports, valuations and resource statements for public and internal reporting in the global market. Andy sits on the SAMOG committee. He was the chair before Peter Decker, whom you heard from yesterday. And Andy also acts as the chair of the SAMOG Readers Panel. And so Andy's going to talk to us today about the oil and gas Readers Panel, as opposed to the solid minerals panel that you've just heard from Rob on. Andy, please, we look forward to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Tanya. And good to see everybody on the call, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. So the purpose of my little presentation this morning is just to talk about the way the Readers Panel operates for SAMOG and what you may expect. But I'd like to give you a little PersCom walk down memory lane as to actually how the Readers Panel concept was originally created. And it came about because in 1998, there was a company called Noble Minerals who tried to list on the JSE, and they wrote a competent persons report, although a technical report at that time, because the concept of a CPR didn't exist. It was before the SAMREC code. And in fact, a neighbor of mine gave me a copy of their prospectus, and when I looked at it, I was absolutely shattered. I couldn't believe what was in it. It's interesting, Annalie reflecting on what she'd thought was one of the worst CPRs she's come across, but this one was the start of it all. What they'd done in the Noble Minerals prospectus was to take manganese deposits out in the Lichtenberg area. They even got Professor Donnie Cricker to write an excellent letter confirming that the manganese grade was in fact 5%, and then went on to give it a huge value, monetary value. There was no SAMVAL code at the time. And then they also outlined in the same area, these alluvial diamond properties, where they'd taken an estimate of the average grade of the deposits, multiplied by the total area, come up with a huge number of diamonds, had an average value. In fact, that report was written by an appraiser to the High Court. And as I said, it was horrendous. So I actually contacted Julie Walker at the time, who was a well-regarded journalist for the Sunday Times. She wrote an article on it, fairly scathing of the JSE. And as a result, the JSE proposed the engagement of a single external reader to assist them, just like at the time the London Stock Exchange also had an external reader. However, rather than relying upon one person, we took the concept of readers to the SAMREC committee at that stage, and they prepared a list of readers who were specifically, as Annalie said earlier on, expert in a particular mineral sector. So in those early days, the readers took their roles very seriously, but their knowledge of the SAMREC code as it came in 2000 obviously was very good. But there was a general inexperience in understanding the reporting process for the public and JSE listing requirements. So at that stage, the way in which prospectuses were demonstrably compliant to the listing requirements was that they were marked up in the right-hand margin of the document to the different parts of the listing requirements to demonstrate compliance. At that stage, one of the readers for a particular Letsing CPR didn't understand the issue of conflict of interest, for example. And he was the expert from De Beers reviewing the Letsing document. Became very difficult, I think, for sort of business reasons. And it was only when the conflict was pointed out that the Letsing document eventually went on to support the process. And I think you'll all agree that Letsing has been a remarkable operation from then on. Having personally experienced a number of difficulties with the readers panel on the minerals side, I'm trying to make sure that the mandate for the SAMOG readers panel was a lot more specific and a fairly narrow mandate. Our overriding philosophy is to be helpful to our issuers and their qualified reserves evaluators and reserves auditors, in ensuring primarily that the SAMOG, that the reports they prepare are SAMOG compliant and marked up as such, and to show that compliance and not to specifically challenge the judgment of the competent QRE, QRA. You will have noted that in the previous talks they spoke about the anonymity of the readers, which is a JSE principle. But as far as I'm concerned, if there is a requirement for a constructive debate between the reader and the author of the reports, I'd rather that we engage in that process rather than having endless rounds of submissions and responses. We originally, when we wrote the SAMOG code, we took a global view as to how to administer it. And it was done, as Peter probably explained yesterday, in conjunction with the Alberta Securities Commission, since at that time the JSE had only one issuer in the oil and gas industry, which was Sasol, and in any case, they were listed in the chemical sector. Exploration companies were a few. We had Sakoil, which I think is now called Ifora, and Camek. But the ASC, the Alberta Securities Commission in Calgary in 2012, had many hundreds of issuers in the oil and gas sector. And they conveniently undertook an annual survey on compliance, but didn't use the big stick that Tanya was talking about earlier on in their approach to non-compliance. And rather they used this cooperative consultative approach to the issuers for their technical reports. So the main objectives for our readers panel in SAMOG is to standardize and align the reporting to the rest of the world and ensure that the reservoir, resource and reserve definitions are identical to global definitions for direct comparisons. Clearly to prevent misleading reporting into the market, and also ensure the best practices were used to quantify and qualify the reserve and resource estimates. The SAMOG code is principles-based and should be relatively easy to understand. And in any case, the guidelines that have been written should be able to be relied upon by the JSE, the investors, and more importantly, the preparers of the report. So there should be no misunderstanding as to what is actually required. Just like to give you a practical example. The Renogen was listed on the JSE in 2013 as the first SAMOG compliant report. As the first, it was difficult because it's an unconventional gas project, low pressure, with a mixed origin gas and with a unique component, helium. What a way to start. Subsequent updates for Renogen were reviewed, and there was an element of jousting between our readers and the QRE audit preparers. But in fact, that was ultimately dealt with, and I think satisfactorily. Renogen decided that because of the limited interest in the oil and gas sector in South Africa, that they would dual list in Australia. And when they did list, they took the reports that had been prepared here, and there were no impediments to the technical reporting on the ASX, because at that stage, the ASX didn't have a specific section on oil and gas. I spoke to the CEO of Renogen just a couple of days ago, and ironically, he was saying that with the latest update of the helium statement, which you may have seen actually, this company was shown on carte blanche the other day, because the helium resource that they've now defined coming out of the Wits actually is strategically one of the biggest in the world. But when they wanted to release the statement on helium, which was very big and clearly a market sensitive information, the South African exchange insisted on that they issue a cautionary. But in the Australian exchange, they decided they shouldn't be allowed to issue a cautionary. So there's a case where the regulator was being difficult. However, since then, although we have a good code linked primarily to NI 51-101 and the Petroleum Resources Management System, there are very few gas projects in South Africa that are coming to the boards. And that's primarily because oil and gas is not supported by the local investment community. And more to the point, Sasol has had a pretty checkered history in the last 12 months to provide any further confidence in that. So with my closing remarks, we have a SAMCODES code as a first-class standard created with the cooperation of the ASC and linked to the recognized international standard. As the SAMCODES readers, we want issuers to recognize our helpful non-confrontational policy towards assisting them to list. And I hope, as I'm sure Peter stressed yesterday, that the likes of Total with interests in Mozambique and South Africa might consider listing some of those, let's say, locally equity-based transactions onto the South African exchange. Hopefully that would be able to give investors a taste for what's going on, particularly in Anadarko and Total's recent or current drilling offshore in South Africa. As a final comment, I would like to say, I don't like the concept of policing at all. And that's me done, probably forever. And my last thing is, I hate overregulation. Over to you.
Thank you, Andy. Are there any questions for Andy? They don't have to be polite.
Preferably not.
Looks like most of our people are in the solid minerals, and you've completely floored them with SAMCODES. Andy, thank you very much for your time and experience on this. We now move on to the next presentation, which is by Christina Doe. Christina, would you like to start sharing your presentation, please? Okay, Christina, unmute yourself and put your video on. On the bottom left-hand side, you'll see what looks like a little mic.
Tanya, I have unmuted, and now the thing is getting to the screen.
Okay. In the bottom, you'll see a green block which says share screen.
Bottom green, share screen, I've got it.
Okay, click on that.
I did, and then
select your presentation.
Okay.
And then bottom right is the blue icon, share screen.
Okay, let me just see if this is, are you seeing my screen?
It's coming through, there we go. Also at the bottom left, next to the microphone, you can start your video.
Okay, I'm going back, start share screen, I've done that.
Yeah.
Now I have no bottom left.
Where you had, where you unmuted yourself, you will also see start video.
Okay, wait, let me go back because all I see now is just my presentation.
No problem.
Okay, let's see. You're connected, blah, 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 blah. The host asks you to start your video. Start my video, I've got it. Start my video. Is that done now? Okay, it's not. So I just have to find the video button. Just, Tanya, just give me.
I'm going to send you that message again. Start video. Click on it.
The host, start my video. Something happening?
Click on it again just once.
Okay, I'm just doing it once. Gonna do it now.
Yes. It goes and then it goes away again, but I'll work on it during your presentation.
I've got settings video. Let me just click. That's now on general video. And you seeing me now?
Not yet.
I show video preview. Oh, gee whiz. Start my video.
There we go. Now we can see you.
Oh, can you see me finally? That's wonderful. That's wonderful. And can you see my screen as well?
We can see your screen. We can see you. Now just give me 3 seconds to introduce you.
Okay.
So Christina has started her career as a lecturer at University of Pretoria and continued with up to 4 decades in the mining industry in all sorts of commodities all over the world. Currently, Christina acts as a guest lecturer at Free State and also Pretoria and presents postgraduate courses in statistics and geostatistics at WITS, where she's a visiting professor with a focus on supervising postgrad students. Christina is a member of the Geostatistical Association of Southern Africa, also part of the SAMREC working group, and an honorary fellow of the GSSA. Christina has authored numerous competent persons reports on mineral resources and mineral reserves, and also reviewed them from various companies worldwide. Christina is the chairperson of the Investment Analysts Association and SAMREC Squirrel Awards Committee, where compliance with the Section 12 JSE listing rules and also SAMREC is under scrutiny and is being judged. So Christina, we look forward to hearing from you about the annual Squirrel Awards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you say you can see my presentation?
We can, if you'd speak directly into the microphone or a little bit louder.
Shall I don't know how to, maybe I just need to, excuse me. Can you hear me better?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you speak a little bit louder, Christina?
I'm speaking as loud as I can. I don't know how to set the sound on the microwave.
Okay, everybody else can just increase their volume. No problem. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So we're going to look today at the annual Squirrel Awards for the investment community, and presented by the Investment Analyst Society of Southern Africa and the SAMREC Code. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through what is a Squirrel Award and how can it be earned, background to the IASA SAMREC Annual Squirrel Award section, and then the JSE Section 12 requirements, and specifically the requirements for the mineral companies, an adaptation to the minimum CPR requirements for annual reporting with an example, how we do the scoring, the judging process, and camera. Sorry guys. Sorry, Tanya. This is bad news. You still see me?
Yes, we can still see you.
Oh, that's better. It's much better.
And your hearing is better.
I didn't have the screen in front of me. So we're then going to look at how I had to adapt the minimum requirements for competent persons reports for annual reporting, and then the scoring of this minimum reporting compliance to SAMREC in terms of the JSE requirements, judging process, the scoring and adjudication, examples of non-compliance, important clauses relevant to the mineral resources and mineral reserves, and then some final advice if you are interested. So what is a Squirrel Award, and how can a JSE listed mining company earn a Squirrel Award? It is presented by The Squirrel Award is presented by IASA in conjunction with SAMREC. It is presented to the JSE listed mineral company or non-mineral company with substantial mineral assets that published an integrated annual report that has been identified by industry practitioners as meeting the minimum requirements of Section 12 of the JSE Limited Listing Requirements in terms of SAMREC, and I highlighted the date there because it is important that the correct version of SAMREC is referred to. A little bit of background of the Squirrel Award. It is applicable to annual reports submitted either in June or December the previous year. So we have just completed the 2019 reviews of annual reports, and this accolade was first awarded in 2001. I wasn't part of that committee yet. I only joined later on, about 2007. 2 awards are annually made, one for the high end and one for the medium to low end market cap in billions of the South African rand. The 2019 winners have been informed, and they will be officially announced by IASA, and they will receive their awards later this month. It is not my responsibility to identify them. It is for IASA to do so. The distribution of the market cap is strongly bimodal, and it might even turn into trimodal. There is an order of magnitude difference between the high cap miners and the medium cap miners. So the specific JSE Section 12 requirements that we look at is Section 12.9, which says the contents of pre-listing statements, listing particulars, prospectuses, and circulars prepared by the mineral companies and non-mineral companies in respect of substantial mineral assets. And it refers to Section 12.10, the competent persons report, and Section 12.13, the minimum contents of an annual report. So if we look at Section 12, it consists of 23 subsections. The Squirrel Award judging is based on an adaptation of a competent persons report and the annual requirements of Section 12.10, the competent persons report for the annual report, it's that one, and Section 12.13, the minimum contents of an annual report. There are 21 questions. They refer to clauses that the judges of the annual reports have to consider for compliance. And then there's one additional question where a judge can score an overall mineral resource or reserve report, and that can be based on personal opinion. For all the other clauses, it is about the compliance and not about the opinion of the judge. And over the years, we had to, or not we had to, I wanted to have something that was more controlled, and that one had guidance on how to score the questions. So here I'll show you an example of how we've adapted a SAMREC reporting requirement for a competent persons report to be able to be used for the squirrel judging. So SAMREC 12.10, a competent persons report must comply with SAMREC and SAMVAL code and must, now question clause D, show the particular paragraph of this section, the SAMREC code, including table 1, and SAMVAL code, including appendices and tables, complied within the margin of the competent persons report. This was adapted, and it is it refers to the new clause is 12.13.14, and the question that we ask the judges to consider is, does the integrated annual report or the mineral resource and mineral reserve report show a particular paragraph which refers to the JSE listing requirements, section 1211L. That is a confirmation by the competent persons report. That's SAMREC 2016 in this case, including table 1 and appendices, and all the requirements thereof have been complied with. And then how was the scoring done for this? The score is a 5. If a statement referencing the above documents and confirmation of compliance thereto is included in the integrated annual report or the mineral resource and mineral reserve report. The score is 3. If the above declaration is included, but some of the required document reference are excluded from the statement. And the above declaration is included, but SAMREC 2016 is not specifically mentioned, or the statement refers to previous SAMREC versions, or section 1210 is incorrectly referenced. The JSE listing requirements updated effective from 18/12/2017 was used for the 2019 reporting year. And if there's no such statement, then the score would be 0. It is interesting that there were very few companies that actually complied with the statement in full. All right, scoring of minimum reporting compliance to SAMREC. The score sheet that is aligned to the relevant paragraphs of section 12 has been developed over time, and our scoring is on a non-linear scale, and this is done so that we can clearly distinguish between levels of compliance. 5 is excellent, it's compliant, provide the details, more than average information, so compliance is high. Then a score of 3, it provides average information or some of the information, so it's medium. And a score of 1, it just complies, it just has not much of an information, not too much information, but it's also not ignored the clause. And then it's non-compliant with a specific subsection 1213X that's being considered. There are that means there is no evidence that this requirement is discussed in the annual report, the mineral resource and mineral reserve report, or the environmental, social and governmental report, or the annual financial statement. So sometimes we have to look at more than just the annual report and the mineral resource and reserve report. To ensure governance, the judging process, all the scores required a mandatory motivation or a comment for that score assigned by the individual judge. So that's very important. It's not just willy-nilly. What is the judging process that we follow? Eligible companies are identified by the chairperson of the readers panel. You've all met Rob Ingram. So he identifies those companies for us on an annual basis. Individuals from the readers panel and the mining community are invited to join us to the judging panel. The judges then receive an Excel file with a sheet for each company, together with updated questions relevant to Squirrel, which must be completed within a specific period. And for 2020 Squirrel judging of the 2019 annual reports that were submitted in June or December, 15 companies were eligible and judged. 11 judges participated this year. It's a record number. We've never had so many. But not all the judges were eligible to judge all the companies. There must be 3 years of non-involvement with a company to be able to judge a company. Also, a judge might not feel comfortable to judge a company reporting on the commodity that they are not familiar with. That aside, they have to look, or the spreadsheet has all the companies in there, and they just select the ones that they will judge. 4 of the 11 judges scored all 15 companies, and every company was scored by at least 7 judges. There had been 27 questions to be scored by company, by judge. The scoring and the adjudication process, score sheets are returned to the chairperson, that's me, and then I validate the scores, and only a 5, 3, 1, or 0 are valid, and there must be a motivation, which is both a document reference with a page number and a copy and paste of the evidence. Each judge then receives a report highlighting invalid and incomplete scores, and then are requested to review their scores and resubmit an updated score sheet for all companies reviewed. What happens per company, per question? The scores of all judges are then adjudicated. And how is that done? Scores and associated evidence are compared, and based on the evidence and the consensus score, a question then receives an adjudicated score. All scores for all questions are then averaged to arrive at the overall final score for the company. The final scores are ranked in the high and medium to low end market cap groups, and the higher scores are the winners. Then the scores are discussed by the chairperson of the committee and the readers panel, as well as the secretary of the Squirrel Awards, who then communicates the results to IASA, who then informs the winners, and the awards are then presented at a specific event on the JSE. At the JSE, I should say. Here is an example. Yes, I'm going to show you some examples of common non-compliance. This is section 12.13.15, mineral resources. Does the annual report include the full name, address, professional qualifications, and relevant experience? The name and address of the body recognized by SAMREC, of which the competent person authorizing the publication of the information disclosed in the mineral resource statement is a member. Now, if all the information stipulated above is disclosed for the lead mineral resource, we're referring here to mineral resources competent person, then you'll score a 5. The relevant information is provided, but the address of the professional affiliation is not. This will score a 3. Some of the required information is provided, but not all the detail, a 1. And 0 if it's non-compliant. The mineral resource CP is not identified in either the annual report or the supplementary mineral resource and reserve report. What we often find is that the full name of the competent person is there, but his/her address are not always provided. Professional qualifications may not be there, and the relevant experience and years of experience is not always provided. And then something that is left off most often is the name and address of the body, the affiliated body. And this is why that one is specifically highlighted and why a score of 3 is assigned to that question. Some terminology which happens in annual reports, and an example here is 12.13.16. The question is there a statement confirming approval from the CPs giving consent for the publication of information on the mineral resources and mineral reserves in the form and context as it appears in the annual report or supplementary R&R report? In terms of the competent persons report, that same question on 1210D, and SAMREC clause 8 also highlight this CPR requirement, but the Squirrel Award focuses on the annual report to the JSE, section 12 and SAMREC requirements. In this case, you can either score a 5 or a 0. You have the information, or you have the statement from the competent person. You need one statement for the competent person of resources and one for reserves, or you don't have a statement. So it's a 5 or a 0. What happened in 2019 is one of the companies, well, many of them did have the statement in, but one of them decided to ignore it in the publication. So one company stated, we have got the written consent of the competent persons to use the information, but then they just ignored it and did their own thing. And another one, I suppose, to fit in with the design and style of their annual report, ignored capital letters for SAMCODES defined terminology. They had a page with all the definitions for a mineral resource and a measured, indicated, and inferred resources, but everything was spelled with lowercase. Everything was in lowercase. And the headings of the sections of the mineral resources and mineral reserves were in lowercase. So there's an example of, I think, them overstepping the requirements of code-defined terminology. And of course, they scored 0 for that because it was not compliant. Another example. Oh, no, not an example here. We are talking here about what is important for the Squirrel Award. Which clauses do you have to pay attention to? And the first one is 1210A, is the effective date of the financial year clearly stated. That's one that is often also not scored that well. They often just score a 3 because there's not a specific point in time. In other words, it's not, for example, 30 June 2020 or 31st December 2020. So that's one where there's a pitfall. Another one is 1210G, are the mineral resources and reserves published in full on the company website if there is only a summary in the annual report. So that's important. And most companies over the years are now publishing supplementary reports for mineral resources and mineral reserves. Other sections important, the minimum contents, is the reporting basis, is it aggregate or attributable? The question that we discussed earlier, compliance to SAMREC and JSE section 12 and table 1. And then the CP details for both the mineral resources and the mineral reserves. CP consent in form, format, and context. Does that appear? A statement on that. And then something that is important, disclosure of the CP's relationship to or interest in the company, both for mineral resources and reserves. Often the CPs are employers and it's stated clearly and it's transparent. Other times it's not that clear. We need section 1213.1, exploration activities. What exploration has been carried out during the reporting period, the results thereof, the meters drilled, how is the information used, and the expenditure is important. Then section 1213.3.2, a location map that must include it must give context to what is being reported on. So what is important, a scale, a north arrow, and coordinates, and the geological setting must be discussed. 1213.3.3, the type of mining, mining activities, including a brief history of the workings or the operations. 12.13.4, operational production performance and comparison. Usually what companies do is they present the production performance for the past 5 years. Then number 5, 12.13.3, refers to the legal entitlement and a statement on impediments. 12.13.3.6, the title of the mineral resources and the mineral reserves include the word estimates. That's a requirement of SAMREC. You must have estimates and the effective date. And then there's 12.13.3.7 for mineral resources. What we are interested in are the reasonable prospects for eventual economic extraction and key assumptions discussed. What kind of estimation methodology is being used, and also the resource classification. And for the reserves, we're looking for the modifying factors, key assumptions, and discussion thereof. Then 12.13.3.8, year-on-year comparison of the mineral resources and mineral reserves, an explanation for differences. Companies often give waterfall graphs and a discussion of the changes. 12.13.3.9, a statement of the use of inferred mineral resources in feasibility studies. This is really poorly, but this was really poorly answered, because there would be a statement that no inferred mineral resources had been used in feasibility studies, but then there had been no feasibility studies. And this would really be a statement that has no use then. So if there are feasibility studies, we want to know whether inferred mineral resources have been used, and also it is about feasibility studies and not about life of mine plans. Then 12.13.3.10, material risks that would impact on the mineral resources and mineral reserves, often also not well answered. And then a question on environmental impact management and including funding. This is getting much more attention now, and we often have our ESG reports that discusses this in full detail. And then just some final advice that, and that is that it is important, it is in the interest of the competent person to ensure that the latest version of the SAMREC code, the ode is applied. So you have to download the latest version. I accessed this on the 8th of February this year, and the statement was, please download and use the latest version, 2020-01 SAMREC code with table 1. This is the only version to be used from January 2020. It contains edits and updates to table 1, bringing it in line with the associated Excel version on the website. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thanks very much, Christina. Nadira, would you like to ask your question, please?
Yes, maybe a little bit of an unfair question. I'm curious as to what is the most inferred you've seen in a feasibility study in your career? And what commodity was it in?
Oh, most inferred. You know, companies that I have seen is that they try and limit it to sorry, let me just the companies try and limit it to a low percentage, say 15% or less. Many of the companies, and I think it is specifically AngloGold Ashanti, have got a statement, and they would say that they have, you know, inferred has been considered, but it's not been more than such and such, and they give you an impact study on that. They actually have, if you want to go and look at how this has been discussed, it's done very well by AngloGold Ashanti. And also, so companies, it's not that you cannot use inferred. If you use inferred, you must look at what the impact of that inferred is on the financial viability, and you must state that you have done the studies. And some companies, as I say, even tell you what the impact is, and that. So that is what's happened. So that is what's happening. The most inferred, Nadira, I can't tell you. I don't know. Maybe a 20%. I'm lying. I don't know.
I just wanted a rough indication, you know, as to when you talk about 5% versus 15, what is the reaction from a reviewer? So I just wanted your opinion. Thank you very much.
Well, it's what's the impact? It's bottom line. It's what does it make on the viability? And some, I mean, when I was an Anglo American, what we said, if you use inferred, it must definitely not be in the early stages of the project. You know, it must be to the later stages. It doesn't help you if you have, say, a high grade or high qualities, and it's in the beginning of the project, and then it's in the inferred category. I mean, that's not good practice, and that immediately raises red flags.
Thank you.
Martha, would you like to ask your question, please?
Thanks, Tanya. I just want to find out, when you do the judging, there's certain portions of the information required that is found across another report, like your environmental management funding and issues like that. Do you cross-reference these?
Yes, we do. We have to. I mean, you have to be fair to a company, and not many. Some of the companies actually have a link in their reports, and you can click on the link and get to the specific report that is referenced. But I mean, I've been doing this for a number of years, so automatically I will reference all the documents that are, you know, the social ESG report.
Yes.
On the expiration, we get that information usually in the annual financial statement, and the production is usually in the annual report. So yes,
Okay.
you have to cross-reference. Thank you for the question, Martha. Nice hearing you.
Thank you.
Are there other questions?
Any other questions? There's one or two questions that have come through regarding CP contact details. I think it's probably best discussed later in the program when we have the open session. There'll be a few other CPs, and Ken will be on the call as well.
Okay, Tanya, when is that going to be? What time is that going to be? I have another meeting.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's at 12:30. Let's ask the question, and you can answer it.
What is the question? Sorry, I don't.
Sorry, I'm finding it here. The address that you require, is it a postal address as well as of your CP, as well as the recognized body? And if you have a CP with addresses, do you still need to have CP per site?
No, it's if you have somebody taking over all responsibility, you know, and it's let's say, for instance, it's an employee of the company, then that address can be a personal. I have accepted if the address is the company address, but it must be with the name of the CP, so it must be in that statement that this is the address with or below this the competent person statement, because often that appears in the annual report and it says the head of whatever. If it was me, head of mineral resources, and for Anglo American it would appear like that, and the address of the company. That is acceptable. Sometimes it's consultants. And then it's good to have the consultant's address and its physical address. We're looking for physical address and not for postal addresses. So we're looking for physical addresses.
Is having that sort of personal information out in the public domain, do you have any comment on that?
Well, a CP must have that. My comment is that is the CP, and it's a requirement of the JSE. So if it's in the annual, if it's in the competent person's report, it must be there. It's a requirement. It's a legal requirement.
Yeah.
And if a CP is uncomfortable with giving a physical home address, the company address is acceptable, but it must be a physical company address, not a postal address. If there is a complaint, the complaint must be able to be delivered.
Okay. Taryn, you had a comment here regarding inferred mineral resources. I'm not sure I understand it. Would you like to unmute and ask your question, please?
Thanks, Tanya. So the one statement, and it was around declaring how much inferred is in FS or in feasibility studies. So often, like at Anglo Gold Ashanti, we're already in business plans. So we'll declare how much inferred mineral resource is in the business plan. Obviously, it's not used in the reserve, but we'll have a table and we'll have a statement saying, you know, how much, what the percentage of the inferred mineral resource has been in the business plan, and that we essentially set that inferred mineral resource to 0, so we don't include it, and we rerun it and see if it's economic still, and then we continue as such. So it was just a comment: is it only FS or is it in business plans?
It's only, this question is a JSE question, is a Section 12 requirement, and it refers to the feasibility studies only. But the way that you have done it in Anglo Gold Ashanti, I think is best practice, because you are talking in terms of, I mean, there's not a squirrel question related to the business plan, but I think that is what is required, so that you show exactly, we've had 3% and this is what it is, but it's not, and there's a statement to say it's not being used in the reserves, but it has to be in the business plan, because for practical reasons you cannot ignore it. And so I think that is being clear and transparent and best practice in my mind. Thanks, Taryn.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Christina, for your time and your expertise on this.
Pleasure. Thank you very much.
Stop sharing your screen, please. Up at the top, the red button that says stop share.
Okay, I'll just, sorry, Tanya, I need to put on my glasses and I'll see. Stop share. I've got it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, so the last formal presentation, we're going to be looking at a competent person's report and some advice and do's and don'ts regarding a competent person's report. What is a competent person's report? Well, simply put, it's a report on the technical aspects of a project or a mine which is prepared by a competent person. Christina, you can put your video off.
I don't know, I'm trying to find. I'll just leave the meeting.
Never mind, I've switched it off.
Thanks.
So this report on the technical aspects, how much you put in, very much determined by the status of the project. It may include a techno-economical model. It may also include a valuation section. It must be compiled in compliance with the SAMREC code, and the contents are defined by SAMREC Table 1. It's a report that is typically compiled for the stock exchange, but it is often requested by investors as well. And although in this presentation we're going to be talking specifically about a SAMREC compliant CPR, many of the principles are applicable to a SAMVAL valuation report or even a SAMR compliant QRE report. So where is a SAMREC compliant CPR document acceptable? Well, many stock exchanges will specify the form and/or compliance required. For example, the JSE requires SAMCODE compliance. Anything on the ASX has to be JORC compliant. TSX requires the SIM compliance in addition to the NI 43101 format. The US exchanges from next year are requiring that everything be done in SK 1300. Some of the other big exchanges, they will require or accept any nominated Crisco code. And some of the other exchanges not listed here either don't care or don't have any requirements for a report of any description. Investors internationally are generally happy to accept a SAMCODE compliant CPR, but it is always good to confirm beforehand. Before getting into CPRs proper, just a word about reports written for crowdfunding or cryptocurrency exchanges. One of the draw cards common to many of these platforms is a reduced regulatory environment. Some are regulated through a reputable stock exchange that requires code compliance for these documents, but many are not. It's simply a case of put it out there and let the investor decide. An example is given here for a project in Western Australia. Note the comment that tonnages and grades of resources do not have to be compliant. Now, be that as it may, their rules are their rules and not in dispute here. However, you need to remember that if you were writing a report for any of these institutions and you call it a SAMREC compliant CPR, then it has to comply with all these SAMREC requirements, just as if it were for a normal exchange. If you don't want to call it a CPR, maybe a geological report, a technical report, or something, then technically it doesn't have to be SAMREC compliant. However, any geological report in the public domain is classified as a public report, and if you are a member of the GSSA or the SAIMM, then any document that you write must be compliant with SAMCODE principles and terminologies. Which means that if you are writing one of these documents and you do use the term mineral resource or any of the defined terms in SAMREC, then it must mean what SAMREC says it means, and it must comply with all the requirements of the SAMREC definition. Okay, so we're moving on to competent CPRs proper, and just a reminder of the requirements of CP. In terms of registration, the writer of a competent person's report needs to belong to one of these organizations, the statutory bodies, the professional bodies, or any one of the RPO that is on the list on the SAMCODES website. You also need to have the relevant experience in terms of deposit type, style of mineralization, and the matter being reported. And registration with either a statutory or a professional body implies other obligations, such as continuing professional development, and also adherence to norms and behaviors which are based on a code of ethics and backed by a robust complaints and disciplinary process. Just a reminder that if you are not registered with SACNASP or EXA, if you are using one of these professional bodies for your membership as a CP or CV, you do need to fill out the appropriate peer review form on the SAMCODES website. There are two there. One is for the JSE and the other one is for all other international exchanges. Note that this form does not declare that you are competent. All it does is declare that you have the necessary academic qualifications and experience to be able to do the job. It doesn't make you competent. It's not a guarantee that you will do a good job, just that you are qualified to do it. Also, a reminder that the author of a public report must be satisfied that they are not being unduly influenced by the commissioning entity, and that all assumptions are documented, and that adequate disclosure is made of material aspects so that your informed reader might be able to make a reasonable and balanced judgment. Further, the competent person must be able to face their peers and demonstrate competence. Notice that registration does not confer competence. Attending this course does not confer competence. There is no competency exam or certificate. You need to declare yourself competent in the face of your peers. And that you as a competent person remain responsible for your report. Doesn't matter whether it's been reviewed by the readers panel or anybody else. You are the author, you are responsible for the report, just as the directors of the company are responsible for the information that goes into it. And you as the CP are responsible for the report. It's not the employing company or the consulting company. The CP signs off, and therefore the CP takes responsibility. So when you settle down to write your CPR, make sure that you're familiar with the codes. Make sure that you know which version may be used. And currently it's only the 2016 version of the codes that is applicable. If you're doing a diamond project, the information from the diamond guidelines or gemstone guidelines needs to be incorporated into the document and not provided as separate chapters. There's much useful information in the companion volume and other conference proceedings, but SAMCODES takes preference. Once again, become familiar with the listing requirements for the mineral companies, which for the JSE is the Section 12 requirements. Section 12, Annalie has referred to these. Just bear with me for apologies. Annalie has spoken about the JSE listing rules. Here they are in summary, but it must be compiled according to SAMREC, including Table 1. The executive summary is done in accordance with Section 12.9, and it must contain a valuation section, which is a SAMVAL compliant section. And annual reports must also reference the SAMREC-based CPR and Table 1. Currently, the JSE is the only major exchange in the country. All other exchanges that will provide primary listings in the minerals sector will also require SAMCODE compliant documentation. The SSC has been doing work with the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, which means that all new stock exchanges will require SAMCODE compliance in primary listings. Although specific requirements will be determined by the individual's exchange listing rules, you'll not be able to move away from SAMCODE compliance no matter which exchange you list on in South Africa. So how much information do you need to include? Will always be guided by the intent of the code. Remember, it's to provide a minimum standard. The SAMCODES are not best practice, it's minimum standards. And we need to look at the guidelines of materiality and transparency, which asks us to provide all the relevant information that a reader would reasonably require to be able to make a judgment. And for transparency, all this information must be clearly provided, must be clear and unambiguous. Each CPR is also a standalone document, and it must contain all the information for the reader to make their decision. There's no such thing as updates where you need to be able to have access to an earlier report in order to understand the ongoing updates. Yes, there are exceptional circumstances where this is allowed, but you need to get written permission from the JSE in order to be able to do that. With respect to confidential information, the JSE does allow special dispensations in certain cases, but you still need to provide some level of useful information in the CPR itself. The format of the report is at the discretion of the CP. However, it needs to be written in an essay or report form. Don't fill out Table 1 JORC style. That is not acceptable as a JSE CPR. In SAMREC, we give guidance in Appendix 1. There's some guidance on the chapter headings that may be included. This is not a requirement. If you or your company has a standard format that you prefer to write in, go ahead and use it. Or you can also use Table 1 headings. We just give guidance to allow people to make sure that they've got everything in the document. And there's no such thing as a short form CPR. There's nothing wrong with putting a summary document out into the public domain, but it must be backed by a full CPR that is easily and freely available. So at a minimum, a CPR needs to have a title page, a table of contents, an executive summary. And if you're doing this report for the JSE, then the executive summary is defined in terms of section 12.9. It needs to have a date and signature page and also a certificate in the form of Appendix 2. For first-time reporting, for material change reports, you need to download the SAMREC Table 1 from the website, and it is in an Excel format where it's easy to fill out. Although it's only required under these circumstances, we recommend that you do it as best practice for all reports for yourself to see what you've missed out and what you need to put in. And this is what we suggest that people do when filling it out. If, for example, that is section 1.1, this is what SAMREC Table 1 requires, and all you do under this section is put the chapter where it is. For example, chapter 1.3.2. You don't need to write a big long sob story about it. Just put in chapter 1.3.2. Or if it's not relevant, just note that it's not relevant on an if not, why not basis. The valuation section. Now, in most cases, the valuation report is part of the CPR. And so it only needs to refer to the CPR for relevant information, or it might even summarize this information in the valuation report. On some occasions, the valuation document is a standalone report, And in that case, all of the points under SAMVEL Table 1 must also be addressed. And here we have an example of SAMVEL Table 1. And again, just note where it is, and also whether it's relevant or not. This Table 1 is not required to be published at all, but once again, you might want to check it for yourself to make sure that you've got everything in it. Relevant and applicable ESG issues also need to be addressed in all technical reports. This diagram highlights where ESG issues are typically found. The SAMS guidelines have been developed to assist CPs and CVs to know what sort of information and how much detail is required at each stage of reporting. These issues are not required as a separate document or even a separate section. They are to be incorporated into already existing chapters of the CPR. These are specific areas within the SAMREC Table 1 where ESG issues are identified. I'd just like to give you some example as to how the SAMS guidance can help us to understand what information needs to be included. We're going to take the example of Section 1 under Project Outline. Section 4 asks you to provide a statement on any legal proceedings, for example, land claims, that may have an influence on the rights to prospect or mine for minerals, or an appropriate negative statement. And if you look at the SAMS guidelines, it gives you a whole bunch of verbiage here, which on first sight looks like a whole bunch of stuff that you need to put in. But if you read through it, it's asking you just to provide a description of recognized claims, penalties, fines, damages, pending administrative enforcement action, and any known future financial liabilities. You might only need to add a paragraph or two, or maybe even only half a dozen sentences to supply sufficient relevant information. Keep in mind that you're not writing an EIA or a sustainability report. You're just giving sufficient information to satisfy the principles of materiality and transparency. A second example, still on project or Section 1, Section 5 asks to provide a statement relating to governmental or statutory requirements and permits as may be required, that they've been applied for, approved, or can reasonably be expected to be obtained. If we look at the ESG guidelines, it asks you to outline applicable legal compliance requirements and also any mandatory or voluntary standards to which the project subscribes. Now, I know many of the companies out there might be associated with IRMA, the Initiative for Responsible Mining Assurance, Responsible Steel Standards and Certification Schemes, or even the Global Industry Standard on Tailings Management. This is where you would simply identify to which one of these voluntary standards or guidelines your company subscribes, if applicable. The other thing to do is to check the financial implications of what you're writing. Your document often feeds into the financial reporting done by accountants, auditors, and/or analysts. And one of our objectives as CPs would be to assist them to provide useful information to investors. And one of the key bits of information they want is to understand the realistic potential of that entity to generate cash flow. So to do this, we need to make sure that our reporting is not misleading or promotional or even unreasonably conservative at the other end of the scale. Another aspect of our reporting that is essential for people who use it down the line is for them to find proper reconciliations, especially of mineral reserves. So now when you sit down and start writing the CPR, you need to keep in mind who your audience is. The people who read your report are going to be other experts, non-technical professionals, and also the so-called informed reader. This is one of my favorite quotes from John Grisham. There are three types of words: words we know, words we should know, and words nobody knows. Forget those in the third category and use restraint with those in the second. Besides the necessary technical jargon, try to write so that all of your readers can easily understand what you are writing. Don't try and confuse. It doesn't make you sound intelligent. It immediately implies that you either don't really understand your topic or else that you are trying to hide something. Use simple and straightforward language, but don't be simplistic. Assume that your reader has a limited knowledge of your project, but don't assume that your reader is stupid. All publication references must be in an internationally acceptable format. For example, follow the format of the SAJG or SAIMM publications, or an international standard such as the Harvard Standard of Referencing. The JSE still requires cross-references in the margin or alongside chapter headings. Make sure that all of your figures and illustrations are legible and compliant. Include a list of figures, tables, and plates in your table of contents. As with units, abbreviations, acronyms, include a glossary of terms and compliance statements and consent where applicable. And yes, good writing is hard work. And once you've finished writing your document, check your grammar and your spelling, especially if English is not your home language. Check for various editorial issues. And it can be useful to have a colleague or even a professional proofreader look over the document. But be careful. Check that these folks do not change the meaning of the document. Professional proofreaders are really good at English and at writing, but they don't always understand the subtleties of science, and make sure that they don't change the meaning by having a better flowing language. Check that there are no conflicts between conclusions in the executive summary and elsewhere in the document. And if possible, put it in your drawer for a couple of days, and then check it through again before submitting it. Don't be afraid to edit and re-edit multiple times. Your professional reputation will be judged on your final product, not simply a paycheck. Rob has spoken about the readers panel, and I'm simply going to say that the primary role is to check compliance with the listing rules and also with the SAMCODES, but it does have a secondary role in accordance with the readers panel mandate to highlight any issues that they feel might not or might require further discussion. What the JSE Readers Panel is not is a nanny service. It is not there to check editorial issues such as grammar, incorrectly labeled maps, and to make sure that your tables don't add up. These things annoy the reader. They also do nothing for your professional reputation. Rob has spoken at length about the issues identified in CPRs over the years, and I'm not going to repeat it. Just to note that the full list is published annually on the SAMCODES website. Please look at them, make sure you don't repeat them. Also check the website regularly to make sure that you get all the latest guidance notes, updates, and so forth. And of course, come on a training course or a refresher course at least once every 5 years. The SAMCODES do an introductory course and an advanced course every alternate years. By and large, CPs have gotten beyond the fundamental problems of writing CPRs. And we certainly hope that the annual training sessions have helped in this regard. The issues are now generally more minor, but a few minor changes can make a big impact on the quality of our reports. And as a final word, no matter how well your CPR is written, if it's not based on sound technical data, then it is not worth the paper it's written on, or the digital storage space for that matter. But at the same time, good data, badly presented, will not get the attention that it deserves. And neither will a technically sound, well-written report that is not compliant with the SAMCODES or the JSE listing requirements. So yes, put a bit of effort into it. It is hard work, but it will give you success. Thank you. I'll take any questions if anybody has any at this stage.
Tanya, can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, go ahead, Andy.
So over the years, as this process has evolved, I can't remember exactly when, but I struggled to get a number of reports through the stock exchange. So what I did, I had a number of reports that were ready to go, pre-read. It was a service that was offered by the exchange through the readers panel to actually pre-read the document and come back with comments and say, look, that's not good enough, that's not good enough, to try and help to smooth passage. Can I ask what's happened to that process and why we don't offer that anymore? Because that might help.
Short answer, you should have asked Rob that. I have no idea.
Okay,
it wasn't
Rob.
around in my time, so I can't comment on that.
Yes, you're quite correct. There was a pre-reading service that operated through the SIMM, and I have no idea why it was stopped. I thought it was very useful and served a very, very valuable service. But I forget when it stopped. It must have been 2010, if not before. But
Rob,
maybe you're right. Somebody out there could start a small business doing pre-reading, or more accurately, professional technical editing for people who want to send in CPRs to the JSE, or indeed for any other purpose they might be writing a CPR.
Rob, I think it would be a very good service to offer, and I don't think it should be done by a private firm at all. I think it should be done by...
Somebody's got to make money out of it, Andy, otherwise they won't do it.
Yeah, we were happy to...
onerous thing to do.
Yeah, we were happy to pay for that service. In fact, I think we did. But, I think a lot of people would be happy to pay for it. But one of the reasons why I gave up on that was because I had several documents done, and actually the best writer I ever had was Fiona Harper. Her attention to detail.
Absolutely right there.
And not only that, once we had it submitted, we've said, right, it's good to go. Put everything together, filed it. Then another reader read it, and we came back with a whole round of additional comments. So we found it very frustrating, but I still think maybe it should be considered as a service by the JSE, paid for.
Well, I would think that should be outside the JSE ambit and operated by a industry professional, possibly under the auspices of the GSSA or the SAIMM. But still, it's a matter for discussion, and perhaps a small subcommittee from, say, the SSC could get together to consider the matter and see where it leads.
There's another question up here about receiving notifications from ongoing CPR issues, guidance notes, etc. 2 comments. The website is there for people to check on an ongoing basis. And also, if you've seen the new SAMCODES app for your phone, where you can, there's a new SAMCODES app. And Taryn, if you wouldn't mind telling the folks a little bit more about the app, the information that is on the app, and how you are actually going to be putting in all sorts of things that go onto the website to be accessed through the app as well. Taryn? You still here? Ken, would you like to comment on that?
I think you've probably said most of it already. So there's a app which represents the SAMCODES, SAMRAC, SAMVAL, and SAMOG, and it's freely obtainable on Android at the moment. There's been some issue with getting it onto Apple, but that's hopefully going to be resolved in the near future. And the idea is that you can then access the codes electronically wherever you are. So it's fairly simple to use. Go and download it and have a look.
There's Taryn coming back in again. Okay, we have a number of our presenters here on the call. So we can open the floor then to anyone for any sort of questions regarding SAMCODES, SAMVAL, SAMRAC. Please just raise your hand and we'll get to you. All of my presenters, if you would please put your videos on so that we can see who all is here. Presenters. Okay, folks, this is your opportunity to be able to ask all sorts of questions. We'll just have a very short discussion on, I see this come up here, on inclusive versus exclusive. But before we get to that one, Andy, Mary, you had a question.
Yes, you mentioned something about geological reports, because they are public reports, have to adhere to the SAMRAC code of reporting as well. It's a question, yeah.
No, they don't have to report or don't have to be compliant with the SAMRAC code. If you are a member of the Geological Society or the SAIMM, the Code of Ethics and the tells us that as a GSSA member or a member of the SAIMM, everything that you write basically has to be compliant with SAMRAC terminology and with the basic principles. So it doesn't have to be a SAMRAC compliant document, but when you use the term mineral resource, it must mean what SAMRAC says it means. You can't just say, in this report, I'm using mineral resources to mean X, Y, and Z. It has to mean what SAMRAC says it is, but it doesn't have to be a SAMRAC compliant report or CPR.
Okay, that's clear now. Thank you.
Any other questions? Inclusive versus exclusive. Anybody want to make a comment on that?
Tanya, I raised the question. It's been a thorny issue for many years, and it's primarily because of valuation issues. And when we want to do a comparative market cap per resource ounce, if a company is quoting exclusive of its reserves, then you can't put the reserves back, just add them together. That's not possible. But it's been a real problem from a valuations perspective. And we've done an assessment where the vast majority of companies actually report inclusive, because that's how they migrate from exploration companies up into production. But SK 1300 in the latest update, which has been a very significant shift towards global recognition of general codes, which is good, but they still sit with this process of insisting on exclusive. And I've commented with them, they refuse to change. I mean, that is not going to happen. So basically, companies are put in a situation where they have to report both exclusive and inclusive, depending on which exchanges there are. But if it's anything to do with SEC, it's exclusive. I just wondered if there was any progress at all in that as a parked issue.
Ken, do you want to make a comment?
And it, whenever we discuss it, there are two points of view, and very seldom is there a way to resolve it. So at this stage, it's not something that we believe that we should make a call on either way. Yes, we understand your frustration, but it's been in the industry a long time, so it's not something that we're going to make a call and say you can only do inclusive or exclusive. That would be something we don't want to do that at this stage.
Any other questions? You've been sitting here for 4 weeks, guys. I'm sure there are lots of questions in your minds. You have any ideas? Okay, Carrie?
I was just going to say that you did such a good job over those 4 weeks. You answered all our questions on the go, and that's why we're all questioned out for right now. But thank you to all the speakers for your presentations. They were very good and very enjoyable. Thank you.
Well, thank you all. Folks, you all have our contact details at the JSSA and also at SAMCODES if you have any questions in the coming weeks and months. I'd like to say thank you very much to everyone for having spent the time over the last 4 weeks with us. And a very special thank you to all the presenters, people who have given of their time and expertise. Much appreciated. We'll call on you again next time. And with that, unless there are no more questions, for everybody, there's one last question regarding downloading of videos. Yes, links will be sent to you. We're in the process of figuring out what the best way for us to do this is, but you will in time get links to all the presentations, videos. You've already got all the PDFs. And with that, thank you very much, and we'll see you again at some stage. Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Tanya. Ciao.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
Bye.
Thanks all. Goodbye.